All right. Hello? I hope I'm live here. So I hate when you see people in multi-level marketing, they're like, I hope I'm live here. Does this work? And then everybody is like, practice before you get on live. This is my first time going live on using StreamYard. So I paid $20 because I thought, I want to do this. Lauren, hi. Thank you. I know that there's people on here. Thank you so much, everyone that has been waiting and starting to fill up the chat. This is really exciting. Hello, Avery, Joe, and Janet, and Tanya, Elizabeth, Lynn, and Nina, and Kalika. Hello. Michelle Carpenter and Lift Panic. Hello. Thank you so much for being on here. My name's Julie. This is streaming live to YouTube and also Facebook. And I know, when you see people making anti-MLM content, it's not typically on Facebook. Facebook is the viper's nest hotbed, especially for this topic. And I'm doing it for a reason, because Rank Makers is located on Facebook. And I know a lot of my friends that are still in there, people that were my friends, they're no longer my friends, but people are waking up and they're looking at my content. And I want them to have access to this information. And also, there's just people that know me and they're like, what the fuck have you been up to? So this is going to give them some insight as well. So let's do this. Michelle Culberson is on as well, my friend. Hello. So you can ask me anything you want. If you have any questions, oops, I have music playing. You can ask me any questions that you want about Rank Makers. And if you don't have any questions, I do have a little bit of an outline. I thought it would be, this was inspired by DC, by the way. She's a really great anti-MLM YouTube creator. And I watched a video of hers where she was reacting to Ray Higdon out of Rank Makers doing a free coaching Friday. I was wondering when the religious, the new spiritual thing was going to infiltrate his free coaching Fridays. I'm sure it's already in Rank Makers. And she did such a good job. The commentary was so good. And after while I was watching it, I started making notes. It's like my Hunbot self is still, I'm like, I need to make notes. I need to ILT the video. Fucking mint. I'm going to ILT the ILT. Oh, Jen, how's it going? And Michelle Carpenter says, okay, here's the first question. Great. I got all excited. I get super excited pretty fast right now. Is Rank Makers set up like an MLM? Tanya, Elizabeth, I see your question too. So I'll ask Michelle's first. Is Rank Makers set up like an MLM? It's not an MLM in the fact that you have to recruit people and then you get paid for it. You don't get paid anything. All of this too, I need to say, I'm going to say it once because I think that's all it needs to be said, is that everything I'm saying here is in my experience, based on my experiences and my opinion. And in my opinion, Rank Makers is set up like a cult, same way as all multi-level marketing companies are. But the thing with Rank Makers is it's like you're paying to join like a membership. It could be like $20 a month. I know it fucking sounds like an MLM, doesn't it? But you're not recruiting people. You're not paid to recruit people. Nobody gets paid anything. If you're just coming in at this, you're just coming to join. But I can't speak to the nuances of when you're an inner circle coach, because I do know when you get to be employed, if you get that honor, then you get like kickbacks and to like get people into these different coaching programs, not just 100K inner circle, but there's always another, there's a 6-week program that he is selling, which I still have access to all the shit I bought. I'm surprised they haven't removed my access from those groups yet, or the main group where I bought all these courses. And I went in there and I took a look, and he's selling this 6-week course. So basically you're just going in there. You pay for me, it was $19.99 a month when I was in Rank Makers. And then at the beginning of the pandemic, you could pay $100 for a lifetime membership, and you could go in there, look at all this content, learn how to write curiosity posts, and then that could be fine. But you are encouraged, if you really want to grow your network marketing business, to bring in Your team. Why wouldn't you bring in your team? You're going to explode 2023. You're going to fucking crush it, rock star. And you get so excited. Most of us in there get really excited because we really believe we're getting value, that we do. We encourage our team to get into rank makers. So it's kind of set up like an MLM where you're like wanting to bring people in, and it's a cult. And you're like never ending spending money. And there's always something wrong with your mindset, and you cannot be critical or disobedient or uncoachable. No, none of that. So it's set up like an MLM in that regards, but not structurally like the same of recruiting factor. I hope that makes sense. And Michelle Carpenter did a really great YouTube video where she was reading out a post. She's got it's like a blog on Substack, I think. And it's the work that she's doing is incredible. I encourage you to go check out her channel here on YouTube, and then, maybe go follow. And if you're interested in MLM stuff, what's going on. Tanya Elizabeth says, "Oh, I can do this. Just wait." It worked. What is Ray actually like? Is he as aggressive as he seems? Yeah, he is. Absolutely. And I don't know him, personally. Like, I only know him like through my involvement with rank makers, which is weird because most of us are like that. It's just like this virtual cult. It's all taking place, over the internet. Although, like, I did go to a couple of events, but primarily it's all virtual. And like a number of times, like during Rank Makers Live 2019, we would be really excited when he would get mad. This is how messed up it is, because we would think like, oh, he's really passionate. He really cares about us. He's really fighting for the little guy. He wants somebody that has like hardly any money to succeed in life and then, have attained financial freedom. So that's the lens that we would see his blow up aggressive behavior. I see it. So at 2019 at Rank Makers Live in Florida, I remember there was a guy that you could ask Ray a question and there'd be like a stampede for the microphone, and he'd say, "I'm only taking 5 questions." People would fucking run to try to like be the one person to ask a question. This dude from the audience asks a question, and he starts to winkle in a pitch for his multi-level marketing company. And I was one of the people in there. It's like, it was like a collective inhale. We're like, Ray's going to lose his shit on this guy. And he did. As soon as the guy finished asking his question with this like sideways pitch worked in, because you're not supposed to be pitching your multi-level marketing business at an event like of rank makers, because it has all kinds of people from network marketing companies. So that's what's said, but everybody's doing it anyway. But this guy just got called out on it because he's holding this microphone and he's asking. And then Ray does this. It's what I now know. It's like practiced. It's well rehearsed. It's like showing, starting to answer. And then he just unleashed. And you think that you can pitch here or whatever. And it's like he unleashed in this way that it's meant to like teach you and instruct you how to show up more powerfully in the world. It's really bad. And he's done it also like during the best, like there was times in the rank makers, because he used to go live every day. I don't know if he still does that, but he was like when I was in there for most of the time, most of the 5 years I was in there. He would go live every day and he would get like really jacked up. Like he'd get mad, but it was more like inspiring you. Like you have greatness within you. He had this one speech, and I haven't heard this one in a while, because now it's like he's just fucking angry and cruel now, like just like beating people down. When I was in it, that still was going on, but there was more of this rehearsed speech about, you have the blood of warriors in your veins. You've got Joan of Arc. You've got the blood of Joan of Arc in your DNA. You can go out there. So this is all for your network marketing business. So he'd get like really aggressive like that, but it was more where you're like, he's on your side. Like he wants to see you succeed. So there's that aggressive. So we were like familiar with that. And he would even go in rank makers and on the Ray dailies and say, it's like, I know you guys love it when I like lose my cool, when I get really angry. It's like, I'm just so passionate. I know you guys love it. So he was getting like feedback from us, from rank makers, that we liked it. I know this is really fucked up, but somebody has to start talking about this stuff publicly, so more and more people can also start talking about it and feel safe to do so. It's really uncomfortable. A lot of this shit is embarrassing. I don't want to talk about it, but it's good to face it, Another thing that he would do is during the 14-day challenges, this is about the aggressive behavior. I still love that fucking question up there. Is it would usually be on day 3 of the 14-day challenges. This would be a course that you could purchase. Rank makers would get a discount, and he would teach you to go live, get out of your comfort zone, and to create compelling live videos on Facebook to hopefully create conversations to have people maybe purchase your product, service, or opportunity. You go live every day for 14 days. There would be an assignment. And I did every one of these 14-day challenges, and I did quite well in them. I was getting feedback from him because I'd place and I'd also get like money when they'd fucking pay me. And so I really like doing these 14-day challenges because I would win. I was getting good feedback. I thought it was good coaching from Ray. The ones that the pieces of advice where I was agreeing to be coachable anyway, until I was not uncoachable. And I liked getting out of feeling of getting out of my comfort zone. And I really like making content. It's not good for everybody. And it's not healthy to do a live video every day on Facebook anyway. But, and a lot of people, it's really hard to come up with content. It is not easy. A lot of it is just, if you haven't done it before, or you're new at it, doing it every day for 14 days is extremely stressful. Coming up with ideas, extremely stressful. And like he would shame people and he'd get fucking mad and he would lose his shit usually on day 3. And there's a good example of this on Roberta Blevin's Life After MLM podcast, episode 134. I think it's a mini episode. Trigger warning for listening to that episode. It's really intense. There's a lot of people that have been within rank makers that are no longer. Reality show, the play to win contestants that have sent in testimonials, I guess, their experience. I don't want to say testimonials, but it gives you an idea of the aggression. I should say too, any topic and discussion around rank makers needs to have trigger warnings, and anything that you have had in your life, it will probably be brought up. So this is a warning. I don't know what's going to come up during the conversation, but you cannot talk about rank makers. This is why I have to have dark humor about this stuff, because it's just shocking. There's going to be something that comes up, and it will cover everything. Anything, if you've had anything with eating, disordered eating, or shaming of your body, or mental health, anything about mental health, the full spectrum. Please maybe take a break if today isn't a good day for you, or you're feeling, you're just like, I don't want to handle this. Don't watch this video. I don't know what's going to come after, but anytime I talk about rank makers, it's inevitable. You can't get away from it. It's inextricably intertwined, unfortunately. Tanya Berta says, hi, Julie. I can't stay long, but I wanted to stop by and say hi and wish you a great live. Thank you. And Michelle Culberson is like, ha, 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 ILT. Well, it works both ways. And I'm using a lot of the information that I learned in rank makers now to expose what's going on. I'm ILTing too. Invest, learn, teach. Jennifer, DC's channel. Thank you, Janet, for sharing DC's channel. And Jen, I forgot I can click on these things now. I can click on the comments and have them show up at the bottom of the screen, which is new. I'm like I said, this is my first time. Thank you so much for your patience as I figure things out. Jen Rayola. That's how you say her last name. A lot of people are saying, like, how do you say her last name? It's Rayola. Fuck. Sorry, Jen. Amazing. All the people talking about him, his tactics and real intentions are finally being exposed. Yes. And Tanya Elizabeth says, oh yes, another Tanya, yay. And Michelle Carpenter says, the reality show made me physically ill. And this is speaking about Play to Win, which is still on YouTube. It was put on by the Higdon Group, and they have 2 seasons of this reality show. It was marketed to us in rank makers as this is going to completely transform your mindset, and you will become a top income earner in your network marketing company if you are one of the few lucky people chosen to participate as a contestant in one of these, in this reality show called Play to Win. 2 seasons of this thing. 40 people within Rank Makers were selected. You had to audition. I sent in an audition tape. Thank God I didn't get selected. Holy fuck. I have friends that did. And I haven't been able to really speak about Play to Win because of the abuse that is still shown publicly on YouTube. And it's bragged about by Ray and Jessica Higdon. Both of them emotionally, psychologically abuse and exploit people in that reality show. It's shocking and it's disturbing. And it's people have a hard time even commenting on it. I'm toying with the idea. What a fucking bad word that is, toying. I'm mulling over whether I should do like commentary on reacting to Play to Win, because it's such a sensitive topic. The people, the contestants, are coerced to share deeply traumatic, I remember I told you about this trigger warning, abuse in their lives, in their childhood. And then they're made to like craft a story to promote the Higdon Group. That's what this reality show is all about. It's so fucking horrifying. And what makes it even more fucking horrifying is all of us at the time thought this was brilliant, amazing coaching. None of us could see the abuse. Some people did. Not meant, most of us didn't. I didn't. I thought this was incredible coaching. I thought, wow, they really care. And so, you know, when you leave a high control group and then you look and you're like, oh my God, I thought this was okay. This isn't okay. This is horrible. So it's like you feel like you've betrayed yourself, you know? It's really messed up. So that's the reality show. And the reason why I keep saying the name is that it is on YouTube. I don't want to encourage anybody to watch it because I don't want to give them any views. And it's horrible. How you even address speaking about this is because these people are in a cult. They're doubly indoctrinated in their multi-level marketing company and within Rank Makers. And they really look up to and respect Ray, just like I did. 5 years. And he's probably helped them just like he helped me. And then that makes them more open to the abuse of the manipulation. So when you're commenting on this, it's not good to like comment on the behavior of the contestants because they're being manipulated and they're being like public. It's just up there. It's been a few years. Some people have left. Some people have disappeared completely off social media. Some people are still deep within. So it's like, how do you even approach this topic? But I believe it is extremely important to talk about, especially with what's going on now, where he claims he's a prophet. Like, no way. If you told me it was like 6 years ago now that I would have joined a pyramid scheme, got sucked into a coaching group, and now am like a fucking one of the whistleblowers making videos on YouTube about it. Like, I would have been like, are you fucking crazy? I should have just stuck with triathlon, you know? Jen says, and Jen was my coach, one of my coaches within Inner Circle. And when I first started speaking out, I had two interviews. My first 2 interviews, one was with Danielle Bolster from Huns to Humans, and the next one was with Erin Bees, YouTube creator here, fantastic. And she's both of them are good friends of mine now. She's a YouTube creator here on YouTube, whatever. And I had said to them that my goal is I hope to see my coach Jen get out one day. That was all I had. And she fucking did. It was 3 months, I think, after I started speaking out, she sent me a message on TikTok. And this is set. Like, she has done interviews on, she's done a number of interviews too. Soulful Human Podcast is the most recent one that she did. And also Life After MLM with Roberta Blevins. And when she sent me a message on TikTok, I just about fell over. I'm like, oh my God, she's like working on her exit strategy. So she got out and you're here and I'm so happy. And she was one of Ray's top coaches. In Inner Circle as a coach, we got kickbacks when when clients renewed with us, or if we got people to sign up. When they sent people to you, Julie, they never gave you commission though. That's right. I was referred people by the Higdon Group, and people would send me messages on Messenger and be like, oh, hey, I was told by so-and-so, I'll protect their identity, that I could ask you about your experiences with Inner Circle coaching. And I love this. I fucking loved Inner Circle coaching. I really believed. I was paying $800 a month US for this. It's called 100K Inner Circle coaching. And yet none of the coaches are consistently making 100K a year in their network marketing businesses, which is deceptive. The whole thing is a shit show. However, there's a lot of good people. All these people in there, for the most part, I believe, were like us. We believed in what we were doing. We didn't see the scam, and we didn't see that we were being scammed. That's why it's really hard to talk about this, because I know how it is going to be heard by people that are still somehow miraculously like haven't blocked me. They are going to see me as a hater. Like, that's it. That's what I'm fucking known as, you know. Hi. Anyway, I talked this up, and I know people signed and joined into Inner Circle because of me. And this is why I feel like a responsibility to speak out, not only because of the people I recruited and the people I hurt, just being involved in the multi-level marketing industry through Mon8, but also with rank makers. I feel an ethical obligation to speak out. Dave says, thanks for the post. Yay, I finally made it to a bleeding live. Welcome, Dave. And Lisa says, I don't have any questions, just wanted something interesting to listen to while I do my strength training workout. Oh, I hope your workout is going well. And Janet says, oh my God, hey, yay, you are here. And Michelle is saying, way to go, Lisa, glad you're here. Everybody's saying hello. Andy says, is it mainly women who get drawn into MLMs? I don't know what the statistics are. I know that a lot of the crypto and like those crypto MLMs, Amway has a lot of dudes in it. And like, you know what I was thinking? You see MLMs or pyramid schemes, but you see a lot of people get sucked into Ponzi schemes. Like, you look at Bernie Madoff. A lot of people got sucked into that, you know. MLMs, I don't know. I think, like, I don't know the statistics. I'm sorry, I'm not versed in that. But I know with Mon8, it was not a lot of men in Mon8 anyway. There was a lot of women, and there was like a heavy percentage of women also within rank makers. Jen says, you can't be disobedient or defy. Dahlia, thank you very much for leaving your insightful comment on my video, The Mind Fuckery, that is Rank Makers, My Story. It was very illuminating, and I appreciate it. It's answered a lot of questions a lot of us have. And it's, you knew this a long time ago. So it's really weird for me to see the patterns of behavior. I'm like, it's what I saw the pattern of behavior with myself. And then subsequently, I didn't know it was going on before, like with you, with your story. So thank you for leaving that comment. Rank makers sounds very stressful, worse than having a job. It is. Sorry, I'll show your comment. And Michelle Carpenter says, thank you, Julie, for the shout out. So sweet. And Michelle Carpenter says, parasocial cults. Ooh, that's a good way. Okay. Lynn says, was religion as prevalent in rank makers as Ray is shilling now? Fuck no. And he used to swear a lot more too. And that's one of the reasons, like, I like to fucking swear, but it's one of the reasons why I really started to be using fuck like a flamethrower, especially on Facebook, because it seemed to chase everybody away, like rank makers anyway. But he would use like the well-placed fuck to kind of like shock people, kind of like now how he uses emotional triggers with horrible triggering things about everything. Like, it's like, I don't want to like get sucked into this. So this is a typical example of anything that Ray could say. He would talk about like eating disorders, body shaming, mental health. This is another trigger warning: unaliving yourself or other people who have abuse, that you should just suck up and not roll over on the couch and not watch Netflix, but show up for your network marketing business, all the way to talking about concentration camps. He would quote, like he would use Viktor Frankl all the time, his book, as this means to like get us into action. He never used religion. He would say, like, he'd be like, oh, I'm not really religious, or he would say things like that. This is a complete 180 degrees. And there's a lot of just what I think is, because he's very smart. He's smart, but he's also not smart, because he does not know the fucking definition of a pyramid scheme. If you watched Aaron B's video, where he's like, pyramid schemes don't have products. Then he talks about it and he gives this definition of a Ponzi scheme. But he's very clever and he's very manipulative. And what he's doing right now is exactly what he's taught and what he did within the multi-level marketing industry. And I took notes, which I'm going to share with you, about how exactly he's doing this. So if you just remove Jesus and God from it and just substitute multi-level marketing, it's the same shtick. It hasn't changed. It's complete 100% manipulation. And what's good is that what he's very good at is a lot of the conversation has been deflected away from his abusive behavior. Just look at Play to Win, his exploitive behavior, his deceptive practices, onto whether he believes in God or not. He's fucking good. He's fucking smart. You know, it was not as prevalent in rank makers as Ray is shilling now. And I really am curious how it is in rank makers. I knew there's no way it's going to be separate. And when I saw that video that DC reacted to about his free coaching Friday, and he was like, he's spitting out Bible verses and he says, I'm going to hit you with another one. I'm going to hit you with a proverb. I can't even imagine someone of faith watching him do this, like just completely slaughter the Bible and their faith. And he's making a mockery of your faith. I can't even imagine how you must feel when he's like, let me hit you with another one. And he's using it to help people grow their network marketing businesses. Who the fuck talks like that? Like, I think of like my mom, silent generation, who's like, was raised a Catholic. And he's like talking about religion like you have to rank up in an MLM. I just think of him trying to like meet all the women at the fucking Polish hall, pierogi supper, and him trying to shill it there. They would he'd be done. Kalika says, I used to see it as tough love coaching, not realized how abusive it got. I felt the same way. And that's one of the things that felt really hard for me to reconcile, is that I was blind to it and I thought it was really good. And here's the really disturbing part, is that because I respected him so much and I learned so much from him, that I wanted to be like him. And so I would emulate his behavior. So I was acting like that to my team. And you see these top leaders doing the same thing. Anybody that's a top leader that is like by top leader, I mean anybody that is like near the top of their pyramid or is extolling the virtues of Ray and rank makers, they're abusing. There's a really good chance they're also abusing their team because they're learning it from Ray. Because we think it's okay. It's not okay. You can't talk to people like that and think that that's okay, you know? Dave says, bloody good question, Lynn. And Jen says, and yet Ray pitched us 24/7. I'd get 15 emails a day from him. Yes, we got a lot of emails because he also purchased coaching from Grant Cardone, which he would always go on about, saying I got 6 coaching sessions with him for $100,000, which was meant to manipulate us into purchasing coaching. Like, look at me. I am so important and I have so much money and I am investing in myself for only 6 coaching sessions for $100,000. My coaching, my 100K inner circle coaching, my new course that I'm selling here, or this new challenge here, is paltry. It's a paltry amount compared to the 100 grand I dropped for only 6 sessions with Grant Cardone. And not only that, but I'm ILTing my sessions with Grant. As soon as I get coaching, I'm ILTing it for you because that's how much I care about you and rank makers. Holy fuck. What the fuck were we part of? And because he was coached by Grant Cardone, it was he would say, you need to track all of your prospecting messages, how many people you're following up with, because Grant says that your productivity will increase, and they have statistics, and their salespeople are so driven. They write their goals at the beginning of every week, and when they didn't, their sales dropped by 20%. It's always all these fucking numbers, and it's all bullshit. Mike Rinder was, who was in Scientology, just did an interview with Roberta Blevins from Life After MLM, and also Mark Vicente on his podcast. Mark Vicente was in the Nexium cult, and he also did that movie, What the Bleep Do We Know? And there was a part in that interview where he's, I'm going to lose my train of thought now. It's about Mike Rinder describing, it was this thing about Scientology. Sorry. Maybe, it's about pitching the 15 emails a day. Oh yeah, this is what it was. So Ray is emulating that behavior because he learned it from from Grant, I think. So we're getting all these emails all the time. And what Mike Rinder was talking about, I know what it was. It was Leah Remini and Mike Rinder interviewing a friend of theirs who also escaped Scientology. And he was similar to a 100K inner circle coach. And they would go in and they would say to this business, like a dentist's office, well, you have to put a sign up on the door that says open. And you think, that could be really obvious and stupid. But a lot of people, they could be, they have they're like a dentist or whatever, but they don't have some of these marketing skills. So they would come in and show these basic marketing skills that they're going to see improvement on. And then they would say, well, you see, if you purchase even more, you invest $10,000 with us, $25,000 with us, your business is going to explode. And it's similar to rank makers, where it's like, I had a coach when I was with triathlon. She's like, if somebody has never done anything, like they've not really done any kind of physical activity, they could throw lawn darts for 6 hours and they're going to get an improvement in their physical fitness. You can do anything. And so a lot of us, you get into rank makers, you're taught some basic marketing skills. It's going to help you. But then that is the basis. What I think now, after hearing that interview and piecing things together, is the basis of you were helped so much by this. How much more could you be helped if you purchase, you invest in yourself and spend $25,000 or $10,000 on this additional training and get to our events? And it's all bullshit. Same as Scientology. It's all bullshit. And I'm going to fucking answer some of those questions. There was 3 questions that Ray was answered on his free coaching Friday, and he never answered. And I want to answer them because I can actually help these people that ask these questions. You can create content. Michelle Carpenter says, oof, yeah, no, he just got saved or whatever. And Charlene, hello, says to Kalika and Michelle, glad you got out. Andre says, is rank makers a cult? Yes, it is, in my opinion. Said I was only going to say it once, but it really drives me bonkers that people within the multi-level marketing industry, Ray, they can say whatever they want and they do not have to use protective language. Whereas survivors of commercial cults within the multi-level marketing industry have to use protective language. It's not okay. It's fucking ridiculous. It is a cult. And anybody could just go on there and use, Stephen Hassan's BITE model. This is what I did. I printed it off. Is Stephen Hassan's Freedom of Mind website. There's a PDF that, anyway, I went through this: behavior, information, thought, emotional control. And these are all the things that I personally experienced within rank makers. Most of it was information control. But I mean, it's a lot, all of this shit. So, people can use this as a guide to help them see if they're in some kind of culty group or not. And not everybody has the same experiences when they're in a high control group. But that does not mean that abuse does not happen just because it didn't happen to you. Jen says, his tough love lives, I now see as him grooming us to see what abuse we would tolerate. Dahlia says, is he abusive? Yes. And that can be seen, and his wife are also abusive. And that can be seen for the world to see on their reality show, Play to Win, which is up on their Facebook too, I think. But it's also up on YouTube. It's just up there for everybody to see how they talk to people and how they treat people. It's horrible. That's just with that, like for like evidence wise, but the emotional abuse, the manipulation, the deception. Yeah. Janet says, I listened to something where he lost his shit and it was so scary. It reminded me of my PA ex-husband. Yeah, I know. I have conversations with people in my Facebook and Instagram stories who are survivors. And some people are never going to speak out, and that's okay. You know, for those of us who can at the moment, I think it's important to do that, you know. This, you can't have a light conversation about rank makers, you know. Lynn says, yes, everyone loves being verbally abused. Yeah. Kay Sakura says, the more you talk about, the less embarrassing it gets. And the more you heal, at least according to my therapist. I agree with that. It took me a bit. I had to see a psychologist 4 months out. As soon as I got out, I started speaking out. I should have got into therapy right away because I crashed, like emotionally. I was a wreck. And then thank God I found a psychologist that had familiarity with cults, and I was able to work through that. And I'm like, I want to get stronger so I can speak out and do advocacy and activism, you know. Charlene says, his proselytizing and prospecting for rank makers has become so incestuous, it's disgusting. Entangled up in that incestuousness is Modair too. Everybody's within Modair that's also in rank makers. Dave says, was there a specific thing that got you out, or a buildup of red flags? A buildup of red flags. There wasn't a specific moment. It was definitely a buildup. And it was like a mutual buildup of both Mon 8 and rank makers. But it was rank makers that led the charge for me to really see what was going on, not only in rank makers, but in with Mon 8. And I wish that I mean, out of all the buildup of red flags, there were some big red flags, and I still took it. I still stayed in. It's shocking until it was finally enough, you know? And I wish that play to win had been one of those things, and it wasn't. It's so bad. Nina says, question, observation. On your YouTube video, you talked about invest, learn, teach. And then in DC's video of him yesterday, he talked about it, ILT. And it was crazy. Talk about it, please. This is something that he would coach. And this is like, he makes up these fucking words, like acronyms like cults do. And they redefine words too. I noticed that he isn't using the word posture anymore. He used to say that. He would teach us this. So if you're an OG rank maker, you'll know that the definition of posture is the belief in what you have regardless of external acceptance or approval. And then he would say this one story. This one story was so bad. It was so fucking horrible. You need to hear this setup to build into invest, learn, teach. He'd say two stories. The first story would be like, if you took your child out to the park and someone said, your kid is ugly, you wouldn't just be like, oh, well, he looks really nice when he's had a shower. He says it in this voice, in that sings. He looks really good when he has a bow tie on. No, you would say, you jerk. You can't talk about my kid that way. You have posture around your kid. Like, he's making up a new fucking definition. Keep in mind, I watched this man for 5 years intently. I transcribed all his fucking videos. I really looked up to him. I really respected him. So I'm like, I've heard this story so many times. I've taught it to my team. Yeah, the second story, I never taught this one though, and it is so bad. It's so stupid. He says, you have posture around electricity. I can't even believe I'm saying this. Because we listen to this stuff. It's like, if somebody comes up to you and says, electricity doesn't exist, man. That's what he would say. You wouldn't be like, okay, it doesn't exist. You'd be like, okay, whatever you say. Like, I know electricity exists. Therefore, you have a posture around electricity. So you need to have posture around your network marketing business. So this is that background. Now, so invest, learn, teach means you're struggling to create content for your network marketing business. And then he always is encouraging you to do Facebook live videos. Now with like Instagram and TikTok, which he was encouraging people to ILT his content on TikTok, which I have a piece of advice for that, especially when he is quoting that preacher saying if he drops a bag of rice in Vietnam and all the people will come running to take the bag of rice, make a piece of content on that he said and fucking tag him on that on TikTok. See what kind of attention you get there. Holy fucking shit. So this ILT, invest, learn, teach, means, because you're in network marketing, you're like, what content do I create? Because you can't just talk about, he uses an example of skincare. He holds up this thing. If you talk about this skincare every day, there's only so many things that you can talk about. I put it on my face. It makes my skin dewy. It reduces the appearance of wrinkles. You can invest your time or invest your money into a book, into a documentary, into my teaching here for you right now on Free Coaching Friday. And you're going to learn from that. And then you're going to take notes, and then you can just teach it. So you have an unlimited supply of content that you can always make on any platform if you invest, learn, teach. And by teaching it, you're just going to share everything that you learn in the Bible and just make it fit to whatever narrative you want. And then you have a call to action to reach out to you, to open up a conversation to see if someone would be open to your product, service, or opportunity. And maybe you could recruit them to your network marketing business. And if not, no big fucking deal. That's in essence, invest, learn, teach. But then he added this, and he's like so proud of saying this ILT, invest, learn, teach. And I did this and I taught this. I thought it was so fucking amazing. And I'm doing it now. He added these things on the end of it. EE. ILT EE now. And EE meant edify and execute. It's like the whole thing is so stupid. And edification is used incorrectly. Another word that he has redefined, which the entire network marketing industry has redefined. They mean deification, not edification. None of these fuckers know the word edification. I use this too. I'd be like, you got to edify your team. Got to edify your upline. What they mean is like talk them up, pump sunshine up their ass. So you need to edify. So what he's asking for, especially in that video of DC, is that when I was within Rank Makers, no way would he encourage you to create content and tag him. He was way too busy and way too important. Now, it appears to me that his support is slipping and he's like desperation is like, holy shit. And he's asking people to tag him repeatedly every 30 days in this content. So invest your time, watch his Free Coaching Friday, learn. I watched it. I watched DC's. I learned. I took notes on it. And I'm going to teach you what I learned. And I'm not going to tag him in it, though. I can't because he's blocked me. That's it. That's what I hope. Does that make sense? I hate fucking asking that question because that's what they tell you in the network marketing industry too. Like, does that make sense? Because then it's like a manipulative tactic and everybody says yes. And then you're going to be more agreeable to the next thing that's going to be said. So I don't want to manipulate you. I really want to know if that makes sense because it's challenging to speak about these things. Because a lot of it's like baseline behavior for us that was in Rank Makers. We kind of think everybody knows, even if you've just heard it once or you just see him talk about it, that you get it. But I realize that it's not, like it needs to be talked about. So this is kind of like my second time speaking about it like this. The first one, I just made that piece of content on YouTube where I was like, invest, learn, teach. MF says, question, was there ever a woman in Rank Makers who called him out on his behavior? Yes, there was someone when it was during the pandemic, Black Lives Matter, and everybody's in quarantine. It was just it was super fucking intense. And he had come out with this quarantine blueprint, this script to send out to people. So it'd be like, hey, MF, with all that's going on in the world right now, I'm happy and productive in my home-based business. Would you be open to taking a look? Whatever, it went something along the lines of that. So people were getting, I think it was in 100K Inner Circle, the coaches, they had feedback from people saying, I got this message back from somebody that was like pissed. They're like, how dare you cold message me for your pyramid scheme right now, like during what this is. Anyway, it's Aaron B's did a really good video on this. I'm probably messing up the details. I apologize. I'm giving you the kind of like the summary of what happened. But it was a woman that had posted in Rank Makers saying, like, we all know that you have our best interests at heart, but this is so divisive. Is there a better script for us to use right now and all this? And he lost his shit. He did that real cold rage where he's like, he comes up to the screen, he's like really mad. And if you have a better way of doing it, then you do it. And so that really stuck out to me. And it really, any kind of criticism, any criticism, you don't even question, is like you get that response. So we're all adults, but we're in this fucking group and we believe that we're self-sabotaging ourselves. This is mind control. This is coercion. This is what Occult does, is then you just don't ask. You're like, okay, no, there's something wrong with me. I'm not understanding right. Like, fuck, I'm so lucky that he even chose to respond to my stupid question. How much of an idiot have I been to even dare ask him? He's right. I don't have success in this business. He was the top income earner in his company. And so that's the one that I noticed. I don't know of anyone else. Nobody else comes to mind. That's the one that came into my mind. I know there was like there was like a guy that had said something in Rank Makers one time. And we were encouraged by his employees within the group to flood Rank Makers with positive messages and everything we were grateful for, to like drown out. I don't know what happened there, but it was only the one that I know of. I'm making up for that now. Avery Joe says, don't forget to like the live stream if you haven't already. Thank you, Avery Joe. Michelle Carpenter says, for your information, several Scientologists over the years have claimed to actually be Joan of Arc reincarnated. This doesn't surprise me. All of these similarities, I'm just like, of course, this makes sense. Wonder if that's just a common comparison or if Ray practices Dianetics. He did use the word audit. The Clown Town, Val and Gus, and Tish, Echo, also three great creators here on YouTube, did a reaction to a video. And he was referring to me and to my coach, Jen, who were speaking out. It's odd because there's a lot of people speaking out against Rank Makers about their experiences, but he's like honing in on two people, right? And I'm one of them. And he said something, it was weird. He said these two people had left. And what he had done is he did an audit on himself. Like, fucking audit is an interesting choice of words. Did your needle float when it got to the middle? Oh, fuck, I'm good. Oh, fuck, you know what? I know they're just a fucking demon and a hater. Oh, God. Okay. Janet says, y'all, please make sure you drop from top chat to live chat so you can see all the chatters' virtual hug. Thank you, Janet. DC, hello, DC. Thank you so much for your piece of content that you made. And I watched the rest of it this morning. It was really good. And DC is apologizing to Jennifer, saying, I butchered your last name. I do it too. Poor Jen. I'm so sorry, Jen. Janet says, I felt so bad for the contestants and wanted to punch him in the throat in Minecraft. Yeah. It's horrible looking at it. People that don't even know about multi-level marketing, have never heard of him or his wife, don't know. It's really triggering for people to, outside of all this, there's like a deep instinctive, like horrible knot in your stomach when you see this behavior. And so then, you go through the levels of then, like when you're in Rank Makers and then you had a friend that was within Play to Win, and then you were actually a Play to Win contestant, and all the manipulations and how we thought it was all great. And it's not okay. It was not okay what was done to those contestants. And if you're watching this, it was not okay what was done to you. You did not deserve that. You are valuable and you are worthy exactly as you are. There is nothing wrong with your mindset. You do not need to transform into something else. Michelle says, the play to win pitch. One person will have their life changed forever. They weren't kidding. And the reward, the prize for the first season was to get a year's coaching with Ray or to work for the Higdon Group. And I remember thinking, all of us were thinking, if you get coaching for a year by Ray, you're going to win at life because he's the fucking man. Like, he knows it all. Like, you've done it. Second season, there was no option for coaching. You just had to get work. You had to work. You had a job with them, which this was the thing. I didn't watch second season because I was so pissed at that contradiction. I'm like, this is such a joke. The whole point of this is not to have employment, that you can be your own boss. And yet the prize for this is to work for you. I wish that my reasons had have been like, it's abuse, but that's why I didn't. Around the World says it was awful. I couldn't watch it without Aaron Bees. And also Julie Joe does an amazing job with this, handling it with sensitivity and compassion. Kalika says, yeah, that was very hard to watch. Claire Bear says, we need a deep dive on Jessica. The play to win. And Claire was in Inner Circle with me and was also a rank maker. And what I think it's interesting is that behavior, both of them their behavior is equally reprehensible, what they did to those contestants in Play to Win. And it's up there. They can try to word salad their way out of it, but it's up there. There's no way you treat people like that and think that that's okay and think that you walk with God or Jesus or whatever. Really? Or you just pray about it 7 weeks later and you're like, I'm good. That stuff, it wasn't me. I did an audit and I found that it wasn't my fault at all. It was all them. It was all those demon hater bullies. I learned how to make banners on fucking on this thing. Okay. Michelle says the big prize a year of one-on-one coaching with Ray. Lauren Smith says, did it literally cost $100K to join Inner Circle? No, I got in at the low end of $800 a month US, but it had started at a higher level. And then they were like, I'm like, no, I can't afford it. And then they kept offering me reduced packages. The reason they call it 100K Inner Circle is to give you the illusion that you will achieve 100K, the holy grail of the 6-figure income, if you join the 100K Inner Circle through hard work, through the amazing coaching that the coaches who are all untrained and unqualified, none of them have accreditation. None of them are business coaches. There's no MBAs, nothing. It's just they're chosen by Ray to tag people in videos he's done and to do various challenges. One was a weekend warrior contest. They'd have like a bingo card. There was somebody else, I just remember another woman that had spoke up against Ray, and this was a doozy. This is just a memory that's unlocking right now. This weekend warrior contest, it would be, you have to act even crazier, because when you pay, welcome to the 100K Inner Circle, you are chosen. You are called to this profession. Congratulations on investing in yourself. Not many of us are like this, but you are like this. So this weekend, you're going to push your limits even more. You need to get uncomfortable. You need to get uncomfortable with being uncomfortable and make that your comfort zone. And I want you to go out to a grocery store and get an eggplant and take a picture of you with that eggplant with a stranger. And if you don't do that, that's your weak mindset. I want you to prospect. If you've prospected 300 people this week, I want you to prospect 500. If you do that before the end of the weekend, then go 600. It's like there's all this bullshit that you had to do. And there was one woman that had said, like, in the 100K Inner Circle Facebook group, because there was a whole other group that was created for all these additional trainings where the coaches would give you, there's like libraries, you're just so busy. And there'd be additional trainings and additional Zoom calls and lives, and tune in for this coach to tell you their prospecting secrets of how they enrolled 42 people in 97 days. Holy fucking shit. And that she said, this is pointless. Like, I don't want to do this weekend warrior. It's too busy. I have time with my family and that. And Ray he'd lose his shit. I noticed on the outside, like on the world, he would be like super friendly. In rank makers, there'd be like that tough love. In Inner Circle, it was like he was more of who he is. The mask slipped even more. But I'm like, oh, this is who he really is. Like, he's really tough love coach. This guy knows what the fuck he's doing. I still thought it was a good thing at the time. So when this woman had said this contest, this weekend warrior contest isn't good, what was the point of this? A lot of these activities, they're completely pointless. They are not going to move you up the pyramid scheme. You're not going to be a top income earner. It's like Robert Fitzpatrick says, it's like, I think this is what he says. Hope to God I'm quoting him right. If you're trying to it's like trying to become a top of the pyramid at an MLM. It's like buying a fucking lottery ticket to last week's lottery draw. He did not say fuck. I am saying the word fuck. The lottery has already been drawn. You're not going to get in, but you get so busy with all these prospecting. I was prospecting at my peak 200 people a day on Facebook and Instagram, but primarily on Facebook. So he did this live video. He does a live video about someone who disobeys him or disagrees with him or criticizes him. And he doesn't say their name. There's another pattern of behavior. And he's like, if you don't like it, then get out. Like, this isn't for you. You want to say no to these coaches and they're working so hard. Like, he fucking lost his shit on that one too. Weekend warrior contest. One-on-one coaching with Ray sounds awful. Avery Joe says, oh yeah, I'd like to know more about Jessica. Jen, one former contestant died in a motorcycle accident a couple years ago. And because he was a contestant and the light he was put in on that show, people speculated an unaliving. That's how bad contestants. And I had to say, like at the beginning, you cannot talk anything about rank makers without all the trigger warnings. You don't know when it's going to come up. And to his family and his friends, I am so sorry for your loss. Kalika, the first time I watched, I totally didn't realize how all of it is to plug his brand. I didn't either. Hashtag rank makers, hashtag Wealth Wednesday, hashtag 14-day challenge, hashtag inner circle coaching. Shadow, Aaron and Julie Joe did a reaction video to this. Yes, it was horrible. Yeah, they do. Aaron and Julie Joe do such a good job. Kirsty Flickinger also had done a reaction with them when she was making content. I don't know if she still is. Michelle says, I didn't see the abuse either. It wasn't until partway through my year of coaching with them. So Michelle was the reality show winner for the first season. If you can imagine the target on her back, that this required, what she's experiencing just from commenting, she has received a lot of fucking pushback, and she hasn't even been making content, not like I've been doing, where I had to see a psychologist in order to be strong enough to say his fucking name, critical, like not like, fawning, gratitude and all this, but be like, this is what's going on and it's not okay. She is the one that did have the year of coaching with them, and it's not good. And she's my friend. And what she experienced, what others have experienced, nobody should experience that. And Michelle says, thank you for saying this, Julie. Dave, my heart hurts for so many of the contestants, and mine does too. What was done to them is not okay. And I hope they all get out one day. Michelle says, Julie, my favorite thing in the world is your intentionally heavy usage of my favorite F word. Oh, thank you. And Kalika says, I hope my coach gets out. I hope your coach gets out too. I hope everyone gets out. These are really good people. And there's no easy way to talk about this stuff. What was done is horrible and reprehensible. It's abusive. It's manipulative. And the people that are involved in this are good. They really believe in what they're doing, that they're helping people. They maybe even have helped people. It's you can't, I can't, I'm not going to mince words. I don't know how. I mean, I don't know. Like, you can't be like, oh, there's no other way to say it. Like, I just have to come out and say this shit. Maybe someone else that's more elegant knows how to say that more, how to articulate things better, but this is what it is. Kalika says, and they aren't getting paid nearly what we paid for the coaching. Nope, not at all. I paid $800 a month US for coaching. I still had to pay for my Rank Makers membership, which was like $20 a month US until the pandemic hit. And then I purchased a lifetime membership, which was $100. And then additional challenges might be $7 or $20. And then there was all the merch, because you're encouraged to buy the t-shirts, default setting gratitude, Wealth Wednesday cards to give out and give money to people, because that will improve your money mindset, prospecting journals to keep track of all the people you're prospecting, pens, all that kind of shit. Just spending all this money on top of it. Then they'd have additional things too. Goal Guided Power Group was another one. And I remember it was like $200 or something. And I was already paying all this money per month, $800 per month, like into 100K inner circle coaching. And you're not learning anything else. You think you are, because you're so busy. You're not learning anything. Fuck. But you're spending all this money, and I spent like another $200 on this Goal Guided Power Group, and it was useless as tits on a bull. But you have somebody that you're taught to write like a testimonial saying, like, I recruited 5 people into my business because of this Goal Guided Power Group or this 14-day challenge. And it doesn't take into account, maybe you had been in it, which has happened. You've been working these prospects. You've been making all these videos. You've been doing all this other work, and they finally happen to sign up during one of these courses through the Higdon Group. And we are taught and encouraged and rewarded to attribute all success to Ray, to the Higdon Group, to whatever course, to our coaches. Never is it on our own. We're so happy and grateful. My heart is so filled with gratitude. That's cult behavior too. None of it. Anything that is wrong is completely your fault. You've attracted it into your life. All of the success is because of them, because of their coaching, because of one conversation that your self-sabotage was solved. Julie Joe. Hello, Julie Joe. Amazing content that you create and has helped give me the courage to speak out. And thank you so much for covering Ray and Rank Makers. And if you're not following Julie Joe, I encourage you to do so, especially if you like anti-MLM content. It's very entertaining and just fucking awesome. Aaron, my friend. Aaron is beast mode. Aaron, if you're not following Aaron, I also highly recommend you, if you like anti-MLM content. But Aaron I was friends with her on TikTok, and I saw, this was before I got out of Monet, that she was like anti-MLM. But it, like, the way she was making content, she just, I didn't find it, I don't know. I didn't block her anyway. I was like, I like her. Like, I don't want to block her. Then I'm out. I got out. Oh, God. Michelle says, that was such a validating comment. Dave, they love to call us all haters, but did you know if you jumble the letters, haters is hearts? You know, it's not hating when you're ILTing. And it's certainly not hating when you're ILTEEing. So I'm investing, I'm learning, I'm teaching, I'm edifying, and I'm executing. I've done that all in this video. Hall says, do the Monate ladies wear hats because their hair isn't healthy? I think so. My hair wasn't good the last couple of years. I was thinking it was like the last year of using Monate, but I look back at my old videos now and my hair did not look good. I think that's what it is. Aaron says he used to swear. Oh God, yes, all the time. I will bet you anything he still does. He probably hears someone will send him a fucking screenshot of something I've made or something, and he probably loses his shit. Aaron says that's a Tony Robbins thing. Michelle says, haha, Michelle, look, I'm clairvoyant. Paul says, why do people look up to Ray? How does he get them on his side? Okay, this is important to talk about. Because he was, when I first came across his content, extremely funny, charming, felt like he's really on your side and wants, and for someone who has such a large following and who has so much success, he will go out of his way to help you out. And it felt different than your multi-level marketing company and the leaders there. It felt special. It felt like this is going to, you know, I know like you're in your multi-level marketing company and that's good, but there's just things that you might not be taught. And I'm going to share with you how to do it right. And so he was kind too. And what I took to be like very empathetic. And that's why I got sucked in. I also got sucked in because I felt that I was self-sabotaging myself, and that I was addicted to feeling sorry for myself, that I was a very judgmental person before I came into Rank Makers. My mind got fucked with from the beginning. And I respected him, and a lot of people do. It's hard to unpack what was helpful that you learned and if it was even true or not. This marketing stuff that I learned, I could have learned anywhere. I happened to learn it through him. I said this on another video. If you're broken, and I don't think anybody's broken, but if your bone is broken and you just fucking rest, you're going to heal. If you rest in a cult, you're going to heal. If you rest in your home, you're going to heal. Because you're resting in a cult, the cult didn't heal your bone. The bone was healing on its own anyway. And that's kind of like how I feel about a lot of people that get sucked into this, is that they're vulnerable, and your altruism can be preyed on. That can be your vulnerability. You just want to make the world a better place. But it is true. Nobody joins a fucking multi-level marketing company because they're doing really well financially, you know, and joining Rank Makers is because I wanted to do it right. I wanted to learn marketing. I saw him doing free coaching Friday, full circle. And I thought it was incredible advice. I thought he really cared for people. I really believed that he was taking time out of his busy day. I wrote a piece of content on this, that he was so busy, he took time out of his busy day to get on a free coaching Friday to answer people's questions. And all it is it's just recycled. It's the same answers. It's the same questions, you know. It sucks. You're like, I've been manipulated this whole time. It was all fake. I believed, you know. Janet says, okay, I'm back. Had a phone call. I hate talking on the phone. I do too. Jen says, he's an evil genius. He's smart, but intelligence doesn't make someone a good person. Run the World says, I don't think he's smart, but I think he's dangerous. His behavior is absolutely dangerous. And that's why I'm doing this. I want to be on the record. This is not okay. Using spiritual manipulation, people's faiths against them, against him, against them. I can't even talk. Michelle says, oh, Julie, I didn't know that about Ray and Frankel. I have a video from your last year railing on someone for using him to sell their MLM. He would always use that book about Viktor Frankl. Always. He'd say, you think you have it tough? He'd say, people dig ditches. Viktor Frankl was in a concentration camp, and you can't prospect people. You can't make a live video. This is talking about recruiting people for your network marketing business. There's no fucking respect, and there's no bounds. There's no boundaries. It's horrible. And so the behavior is emulated. So our behavior, we will overshare. We will use this same abusive language and just trample on anybody, just not giving a fuck, because we admire him so much. We respect him so much. He's helped us so much. And we think that this behavior is okay. And he's getting away with it. Nobody's calling him out. Why are we getting videos made about us? By those fuckers on anti-MLM. Janet, thank you for sharing Michelle's channel. And Avery Joe says, I'm going to hit you with a proverb. How about no? I've got to get onto this stuff. That these comments are really good. And this was the title of this, is Ask Me Anything About Rank Makers. And I'm hoping this is helping you. And if you have any questions, hit me. I'll hit you with an answer. Lynn says, oh wait, Claire says, Ray is misinterpreting every scripture. It's horrible. Lynn, so he basically saw a trend of religion going up and jumped on it, like Veronica Bay has done, deceptive as shade. And Michelle says the pierogi hall. Jen, I think he's taking this religious angle to eventually try to get parts of the Higdon Group religious tax exemption. You heard it here first. Dave says, oh yeah, one of Jesus's most famous sermons, How to Recruit Your Family and Friends. Love that one. Julie Joe, I'm looking forward to jumping into the Ray religion MLM thing. There's so much there. And you have the education for it, which is what we need. And your content is fucking awesome. Claire, and he went on a live wearing and promoting his Manifest merch while talking about scripture. Manifest is totally anti-biblical. He was also wearing Wealth Wednesday, do more, be more, impact more. Somebody had pointed out it's like in the shape of a pyramid too. Charlene says, Julie Joe, I can't wait for it. He needs to be exposed. Michelle says, LOL. Dave, no, I think the Apostle Paul might have said that though. Tanya Elizabeth, he got ripped off. Janet, that's an excellent point. I agree. He will probably want to get the tax write-off. And Grant Cardone is always, Kalika says, Grant Cardone is always pitching, and that's what he teaches. Yes. Janet, thank you for sharing Julie Joe's channel. Dave, oh yeah, Michelle, I always get them confused. Jesus promoted oils, my bad. And Jesus also promoted Monate, by the way, because Rejuvenique oil is in virtually all of Monate's products. And it has 101 uses. And its molecular structure is so different than other oils. Jen says, Grant Cardone is an active Scientologist. His Christian followers need to know this. Run the World. He also talks about God, Jennifer, which completely confuses me. MF, sorry, but coaching on what? How to not properly check your internet connection, not to properly set up your phone camera, how your friend did something which went viral. No, sir, I have Google and YouTube. Thank you for this comment. I think a lot of his information and how he was coached was how he finally got success in his 11th network marketing business, which he got into during pre-launch, which is to do this bumbling, stumbling. Anybody can do this. It's easily duplicable. And I think that's formed how he coaches now, where it's like off the cuff. I'm so smart. I don't even need to have notes and do this presentation. I will do a whiteboard because some guru, other marketing person or coach told me that a whiteboard, writing things down will be really effective and powerful. And all you have to do is emulate my behavior. That's what I think it is. But you're absolutely right. Michelle Carpenter says, Mike's interview on Mark Vicente's channel was so fucking good. It was excellent. Janet says he has also been hanging around this gross evangelical pastor. I forgot his name. I know his name. His name is Yaya Backer. And he's not a Christian. He says he's not a Christian. And he says he doesn't, but he says that he is an orphan spirit. This is the originator of that mysterious term orphan spirit, where I believe like he's recruited Ray into this thing. And he helps wealthy. You can look his name up on Facebook. That's what I did. And he's, I just said in that fucking arrogant way that Ray does. I'm not going to tell you how to do it. Just fucking Google it. Fuck. But I don't mean it like that. Fuck. He says he helps wealthy businessmen create a legacy for their families or something. And he has in a post, I think it was October 31st, thereabouts, where he writes, I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in any religion. But I found I'm this orphan spirit. It's just marketing bullshit. And then you can also hire me to come speak at your church. I wonder how much he charges for his services. Jen says the coaching you get in Inner Circle is just regurgitated from rank makers. Aaron says the marketing questions that made him so uncomfortable. I need to get into this, but I have to catch up with these comments. I'm sorry. I'm rambling on here. I respect your time, and I respect the sensitivity of these topics that might be triggering for you as well. MF, the last video from DC was proof. He does not know anything. He has no system, no people. His program is just a shell to get money from people. Well said. There's no more people in his pipeline. There's potatoes. There's potatoes in this pipeline. Janet says, I think it's Pastor Anthony. Oh, that's right. That was somebody else that he had said in that video, DC. He's saying he's being mentored by him and someone else too. Michelle, Yaya Backer or something like that. Yes. And Claire says, I think Ray is being mentored by Yaya. He started a ministry website with only a donation button the week Ray got saved. Yaya also is a business coach who was at the event Jessica spoke at. Aaron B says, yeah, that's his name. Aaron, I don't think he expected you to go Gen X on him. He didn't. And I'm just fucking getting started. I got nothing to lose. Not a goddamn thing. Andy's like, Julie, the Gen X queen. I'm butting in again. I love your handle. How do they deal with those who they see are having second thoughts about staying in rank makers? The same way now that I see that all cults deal with people. They want them out and they're shamed. If you're like, well, what are you doing in your business that's succeeding? Is it helping? Is what you're doing working? Did it work in the last company that you were with? Is it working now? Well, how do you expect that to change? Tell me, what is your plan to coach yourself? Like there's that kind of thing, that kind of coercion to make you stay. And if not, then it's like, get the fuck out. He would be like, get the fuck out. We don't want you here. If you're not even going to tag me or promote my merch or talk about me, what are you even doing in this group? It's the boundary. They don't want people in. I think like those LGATs, what I've learned, large group awareness trainings. That's why people don't want to stand up and leave, because it's like peer pressure. Everybody's there. Nobody wants, and they'll draw attention to you if you ask a question or you point out a contradiction or are having second thoughts. That's how it goes. And the more that we have this information out there, I hope, and I do believe that people will be better equipped when they come across a group like Rank Makers and hopefully the multi-level marketing industry. Hey, Daisy B. And Charlene says, don't fuck with Gen X. You fuck around and find out. Aaron Bees says, I'm so glad you're talking about the buildup of red flags. And Aaron, I just want to also just really say thank you so much for being there for me in the early days of speaking out, because I didn't have anyone. And you were there, and you've become a really good friend. And you've really helped me get the courage to speak out and how to create content, you know. Jen says, I saw it in Arbonne first and then thought I was just going to become this amazing Higdon Group coach, but not do MLM. Jen is so awesome. A little known fact about Jen, you might not know this, is that I was on TikTok and I was being made fun of by Ray passive aggressively and by other coaches. Everybody knew that it was about me until he fucking realized that TikTok was a force to be reckoned with. But Jen sent me a book, Untamed by Glennon Doyle, while I was being coached by her. And there was a passage in there where it's talking about this cheetah that's running on a track. It's like chasing a pink teddy bear or something. And the cheetah just wants to run, like, but it's trapped. Anyway, it was something like run like a goddamn cheetah. There's something in there. And like, she just sent me this book and I knew that she saw me. We're both deep in this cult. She's a coach. I'm in there. But even at that time, there's like, you're in there, like your identity is in there, you know, and it's just crazy on the other side of this. Oh, Claire says, remember the Thompson rule. This is something that I should make a piece of content on. Oh man, it's only 1:17. We're doing pretty good here. I got to make a piece of content on the Thompson rule. The Thompson rule, Larry and Taylor Thompson. I don't know what multi-level marketing company. Were they with Herbalife? Where the fuck are they from? So this Thompson rule, it's probably it's probably the Pareto principle, or I don't know. But keep in mind, I was brainwashed. I still have, like, I'm deprogramming, whatever. The Thompson rule is that 80% of your team just want to make $0 to $500 a month. There's going to be nuances to this of word salad, so don't worry. It'll get way more confusing than what it originally looks like. 15% of your team want to make, $1,000 to $2,500 a month. And 5% of your team, they are the rock stars. They are the ones that want to run. They want to make like 100, 10, 15, 20, 30, 45, 55, 70, 80, 90, 100 grand a month. But this isn't just about desire level. Like it's desire level. It's not just activity, it's desire level. So you can be in the 80% at first. For example, my good friend, Taylor Thompson, who just decided that she wanted to make an extra $50 a month. If somebody had to come up with her and tried to pitch the business, you could be making 40, 50, 70, 80, $100,000 a month. She would have said, no way. But somebody said, did you want to just make $40 a month? And so she went to Home Depot. I don't know if this is the whole story, if I'm like mixing up some of his stories. But my mind has been severely fucked with. This is giving you a general idea of what we took in. I'm probably triggering all ex-rank makers right now. Sorry. And she would walk up and down those aisles of Home Depot until she had hit her prospecting goals for that day, which is probably 20 people a day. And she had a desire. She didn't start off with that desire. That desire level is of the 5%, even though she's making the desire level of what the 80% of people make, which is $0 to $500 a month. Are you following me? Does this make sense? At any time, you could be making $80,000, $100,000 a year. But your desire level is at an 80%, or you don't want to do it anymore. You want to take some time off. In fact, my friend Dave from Sacramento, I hope this is landing. It's really, I hope I'm able to explain it, because it's like my brain is going ahead of what's coming out of my mouth. I hope it's giving you a good idea. The 80-15-5 rule. Jen says, the Thompson rule was created in an attempt to debunk that 96% of people lose money. And they would also use examples of, if you have 3 kids, one kid is going to, always clean their room. The other kid, they kept taking all these stupid variations of this Thompson rule. I met his wife at Rank Makers Live 2019. I got my picture with her, and I remember gushing. I was like, thank you so much for the Thompson rule training. Oh, God. Dave says, hell yeah, chuckles. Gen X are scary. Michelle Carpenter says 41 in the chat, but 6 likes. Y'all go. Aaron B says, yes, false equivalencies, fallacies. And Daisy B says, they said what? Oh, sorry, I'm catching up and I've missed what I was talking about, or what was going on. You say, I'd tell them to get off the gear. Claire Bear, he just made it up. Absolutely no facts. How can you gauge interest? How do you gauge interest, desire? You can't. Exactly. Yes, Aaron says posture around electricity. He gets so fucking jacked about that. Dude, if he ever wakes up, you're going to regret this. This is not going to age well. I hope you get out. I hope you seek therapy. I hope you make... Fuck. Rule number 1 of rank makers was that you weren't supposed to take yourself so seriously. Okay, Michelle says, haha, yes, we studied him. Everything. From the hand gestures, vocal inflections, tone, cadence, everything. All a bunch of mini rays. Jen says, I want a shirt that says, ask me about my posture around electricity. Fuck. You know what that is. Oh, Jen. Shame on you. But this is what it's really about. It's fucking all comes back to my ultimate plan to recruit you into my altitude pyramid scheme. Okay. Michelle says, ew, I forgot about his frequent dewy skin, glittery hair, dewy skin. Jen says, Aaron, your content has helped a whole freaking lot come out of this. Thank you. Okay. Claire, ILT works, but then it is twisted to be able to exploit others' personal stories. Remember sweet Michelle and how we were supposed to share her story. Oh, man. This is another trigger warning. I'm not going to get into detail because there's people that are still involved and there's people that I'm still friends with. And there's people that are being exploited, and they have been exploited in the past. So we are taught in rank makers that it is okay for us. Say a friend of yours is in rank makers and they do a training. They talk about their abuse, horrible abuse in detail. The worst shit you can imagine. It's out there on Facebook. We're taught to use their story. That it doesn't matter if it's not your story or if it's not somebody in your company's story. You can use any story from anybody within the entire network marketing industry to potentially recruit someone to you. And I did that. I used her story one time. I didn't feel good about it, even when I was deep in. My stomach is fucking... There's a lot of shit that's going on that I don't know if it's ever all going to come out, you know. There's enough on the surface that's horrifying enough, but this stuff it's dark stuff, you know. Kalika says, edify your upline so your prospect respects them. Yes. Jen, do the work, execute, inform the person who's coaching you, use and edify them. Dave, so he says you instantly should be teachers, kind of like saint artists are instantly makeup artists. Got it. Exactly. Claire, he had no problem allowing one of his rank maker speakers put her mugshot up to tell her story. This is what the level of manipulation that's going on. And this needs to be exposed. Light has to be shine on this. I'm butting in again. I wish he could be tagged. Fun story. Whoever manages his account on Instagram unblocked me for the time when he made that piece of content about the Karen wearing that wig about making fun of an MLM cult survivor. And then one of his followers tagged me in that piece of content. And then shortly thereafter, I was blocked again. The only reason I knew I was blocked or unblocked was because I was tagged in the content. And so I went there. I was like, oh, this is interesting. It's not someone that like master of their emotions would respond. Stevie says, I've never been in an MLM or rank makers, and this makes sense to me. Oh, good. Thank you, Stevie. Oops, the Q is a typo. Sorry, I should have put your comment up there. Michelle, and if you tag him repeatedly, that's how you form a relationship with him and get his attention gross. And DC did a really good job of explaining and like expanding on that in her video that she did yesterday. Monica says his new tactic is to become a prophet to suck more people in. Disgusting. I agree. Michelle Carpenter, I need a picture of Ray's face stretched out like a canvas that says moisturize me, but moisturize is crossed out and it says edify. Sorry, niche, only Doctor Who fans will get it. We need to keep that up there because there's going to be Doctor Who fans that are like, that was amazing. Malachi, welcome. It's good to see you again. We did these videos for a year. I got his coaching to help me with the videos. I guess it was all my fault. I did get more confident talking in public. Andre, invest, learn, teach, copy, and plagiarize. Exactly. Stevie, oof, the pandemic predation. Yes. And Avery Joe says, don't forget to like the stream if you haven't already. And Malachi says, yes, I saw that video. Claire, Malachi, don't beat yourself up. I was in rank makers and inner circle too. It was a season, and now you're in another season with more discernment. This is really challenging for me to speak out about because, like, if you're on here and you're in rank makers, I respect you. And what we've been through has been really hard, and it's been a lot. And when I started speaking out, I had fucking no one, and I had everybody coming after me, and I've had to make decisions based on my mental health, who to block, who to talk to or not, and I just want you to know that I respect you and that I really appreciate you being here, watching this, even if you never comment, Run the World says so you're paying to be yelled at. Nice. Exactly. Jen says that whole thing with the quarantine business blueprint was the first crack for me and I gaslit myself. Monica says he insecure. That's what an insecure person does when questioned. Yes. Jen says, and yet I still remained a coach for 2 years because it was a series of red flags that just compounded. Michelle says, sit in your guilt and feel shame if you have critical thoughts about anything, he says. Claire, Jennifer, that was a big crack for me. It got me to stop prospecting, started me thinking. That was the anybody who was asking about a crack or a red flag, a buildup of red flags, that was a good comment from Claire. Michelle, he hasn't mentioned me that I know of yet. I got blocked from everything last August. So weird. Dahlia, how many people do you think are enrolled in rank makers? I know at its peak, it was like 15 to 16,000. I know that it's diminished to 10,000. However, some of that membership is composed of people who purchased the lifetime membership at the beginning in 2017, but a lot in 2020. So I know that a number of people are still considered a rank maker, but they've just purchased a membership, a lifetime membership, and they're not a rank maker anymore. They've left the multi-level marketing industry. They're sometimes on Facebook. Sometimes they go in and they take a look, but they're not actually like a member. So the numbers, even his statistics of the group are deceptive. Michelle says, wow, well, if we learned anything from Nexium, cult leaders plagiarize cult leaders. And Aaron says, I cannot believe he used the word audit. Me neither. Dahlia says, do you think he is a narcissist psychopath? I don't know. Although I think it would be interesting to play narcissistic bingo with watching one of his videos. You know, we do like MLM bingo. It'd be like deflect, whatever. Do like narcissistic Scientologist bingo. Like what? How many people like contempt? Nothing is my fault. Never apologize for everything. It's like bingo. Michelle says, I'm okay if you want to go into play to win for a bit, Julie. Julie Joe says, thank you, Julie. Michelle says, Kirsty Flickinger was really awesome on the second Play to Win episode as well. Aaron says, thank you so much. Appreciate you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm quite behind here. I'm going to scroll to the end here. Geez, I'm really behind. So I'm going to just kind of like scroll back and then pick. And I apologize if I'm not getting to your comments. So I'm going to just see if I have the, I'm just going to fucking try. I'll fucking suck, but I'm going to try. Okay. Andre says, the best thing about anti-MLM movement is to see ex-MLMers becoming real friends after so much years having fake friends in MLMs. And I can say that like with Michelle Culberson and Jennifer Riella, we are good friends. And like we have other friends like Claire Bear. We have friendships on the other side of this. It's still new, but it's good. Run the World. Does anyone know if his admins on his new religious group are his top tier, like Mary in Rank Makers? I'm curious about that. What I suspect is that it's the same people that are running like the admin. Like, so DC had asked or made a good point asking, why are there, why doesn't his team or his graphics team, you know, have something prepared for him, or there's a moderator? Because I don't think they're so fucking busy. They're doing everything. And it's like 3 women and then his inner circle coaches, and all of them are being exploited and none of them are being fucking paid. And that's why, because there is no team. They have to do everything all the time. A new group, new 6-week course, which is going to be another spin off of everything that's being taught in inner circle coaching, which is a spin off everything that is in Rank Makers already. It's just more bullshit. It's the same shit. I bought it all. It's the same stuff. It's the same stories. It'll be like maybe a few words updated, you know, instead of posture, now it's pipeline. That's going to be it. And who's running all these groups and creating all this additional training and all this stuff? It's the same staff. And they're just devoted to him. And he's promised them they'll be millionaires and all this stuff. And it's devastating. Charlene says, if anyone wants to see more about Grant Cardone and his Scientology ties, go to the channel Growing Up in Scientology. Grant is also investigation by the feds. Clowntown, Val and Gus, how are you? Thank you so much for covering Rank Makers and Ray, and also all the work you do. Yes, because that's who needs the real help in this world. Wealthy businessmen. Also, hi, and much love, Julie and chat. Okay. Clowntown. Where the hell are those percentages from in the Thompson rule? Like, is that actual statistic, or did it come from the Thompson butt? It came from the butt. It's so bad. Fuck. Clowntown Ray says you aren't supposed to take yourself so seriously. Yeah, and he didn't. He was really funny. Like, when I was in Rank Makers, like, I thought he was fucking hilarious. Like, he made some really good jokes, and it felt like, it's not like now. Like, now it's like, fuck, dude, sit down. You know, like, why are you so angry? Why are you so cruel? Even I noticed, like, when DC was, like, when she did her video and he's on this whiteboard and he's like, you're gonna take a picture of it? Like, he's fucking mad, right? But I remember when I was in Rank Makers early on, like 2017, 18, 19, he'd be like, oh, do you guys want to get a picture of this whiteboard behind me? Because he'd write this training that we thought was amazing. And it was like not offensive. Like, he wasn't being a fucking dick. Like, he was being funny. Like, he was he was a really funny guy. He's not funny anymore. He's mad. Yeah, he used to crack real jokes. Kalika glittery skin, I know. Trigger for all rank makers. Jen, she says, I'm amazed and grateful that all of you ex-MLMers are so open to share the nonsense you endured and believed. Respect. Thank you. And even if you're not creating content, even if you're commenting or even liking or watching a video, that's speaking out, you know, and I appreciate it. And it's your voice is so important. It doesn't matter how many followers or subscribers you have on any platform. Your story is so important. And anybody that makes you feel less than is a fucking asshole. I learned what an ad hominem is, and I still stand behind my comment. You're fucking asshole. Okay. Kalika says, there's a lot of social manipulation that goes on that I just wasn't aware of. Here's to the healing. Yes. Stevie, Darvo, deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. Bingo. That could be a Darvo bingo. Janet says, you are doing awesome, Julie. No worries. Thank you. DC, I don't trust myself either, Michelle. It's still really hard not to get sucked into things. All right. Aaron Bees is pointing up to Clown Town's channel. Here we go. There is the Clown Town's channel. And Aaron Bees, Aaron just fucking rocks. When I was like first kind of speaking out, I just sent Aaron. I sent you so many fucking messages and I just like go off. I remember I was like piecing things together. You know, you're like moving from trauma brain to like connecting the dots. And then it's like, it all comes out. Fuck. I remember one day I parked up in the graveyard by my dad's fucking headstone. Here's some fucking drama. Like, I'm like, fuck, Aaron. And I just did this whole dump. Thank you for being so patient. But this is the power of the anti-MLM movement, right? It's genuine connections. People really help. Fuck. MF says he is mad because people now see through him and call him out publicly. Yes. Ergo, he is losing money. Absolutely. He has never been called out publicly like this before. Tanya Elizabeth, Julie, if you could go back, would you change any of it? Yes, absolutely. I would not get into Mon 8 at all. I would not be in Rank Makers either. I would change everything. I can't, but I can do what I can now. I know like it's, it would be popular to say like, well, like feel like, you know, philosophical about the experience and be like, okay, I know this stuff and I'm going to speak out about it now. And I can, and that's what I'm doing, but I would absolutely change it. I fucking regret it so bad, so hard. Sam says it's like having a chat with a group of friends. And Clowntown says, be patient with yourselves all. We're all humans who make mistakes. So I'm sorry if I didn't read your comment. I kind of, Riley Hall, I see that you left a comment. I haven't read your name yet. Here it is. I remember this exploitation as sharing. Yes. So I have, now what I thought, I'll still, if you have any questions, or you want to just talk with each other, this is a safe space. Please feel free to do or not do whatever you want. And then I thought I would go into his free coaching Friday and answer the questions that he was asked. And he never fucking answered. And I'm going to help some people out here. Mara, Lucy, and Paul had questions. So the one question was from Mara. This was on his free coaching Friday. I think it might have just been on last Friday. And I watched this on DC's commentary, which was excellent. And if you're just coming on here, I highly recommend following DC as well. If you like anti-MLM content, the more perspectives that we hear and the way we comment on things, it's really powerful in sharing our stories and our healing. We all come at this from different angles, different companies, and just hearing the way people say different things, it's really helped me and her channel, and she has really helped me, and she might help you too. So this was the question that Mara asked Ray, which he never fucking answered, was how to clean up your Instagram, TikTok account to focus on one problem to solve. So his answer was more than likely you don't have to do much cleanup because the algorithm will do the job. which is going to hide your content. I think that's what he was talking about. And then don't worry about historical. So don't worry about the past content that you've posted. Focus on what you can create now. I agree with that. And then he's like, hammer it out now. Hammer out like what you want to create now, which I also agree with. And then he went off on this whole fucking YouTube tangent, which he wanted to like flex about how much. Now, if it's YouTube you're talking about, she wasn't talking about YouTube. Her question was how to clean up your Instagram, TikTok account to focus on one problem to solve. Her question wasn't now if it was on YouTube. You fucking went off on YouTube. So Mara, if you happen to come across this or somebody who knows you, I will give you advice on how to clean up your Instagram and TikTok account to focus on one problem to solve. Now, I do have to say that you shouldn't be on TikTok because, and I know, you're going to be on it anyway, but it does go against community guidelines. So if you do post something that is clearly multi-level marketing content, there's a really high chance that someone like me will report you to TikTok. It is going against community guidelines. And I do hope that you get out of your multi-level marketing industry one day. But that is how to clean up your Instagram. I do agree with what he said about not worrying about what you have already posted. Don't worry about deleting content or having to like change like a cover or a title or anything like that. It's okay just to leave it because it's the content that's being like when people go on TikTok, most people, they're not going right onto your profile and looking exactly at the content you're creating. They're just scrolling through really fast at lightning speed, and whatever catches their eye, they're going to land on and then maybe look at. So all of your content isn't even being seen by all of your followers. That's why. So it doesn't really matter. You can kind of start focusing on one thing at any time. And if people do like your stuff, they'll go onto your page. And if they're going onto your page and looking at your content, it doesn't matter what you post. They just like your stuff. They like your vibe. They like what you're like, how you're, whatever. Like they like their entertainment, anything like that. It's like you can win. So you're kind of like winning whatever you do there. And it's not about like telling you what not to do, but I like to come at it from the approach of like doing what you enjoy and so focusing on one problem to solve. So the first thing is that there's no rules. You can choose to talk about anything like that you want. If you've been told by a coach or an upline that you have to clean things up, you should just make it really clear and explicit and just focus on one thing. That's not good advice. That's shit advice. If this is coming from you, you're like, you know what? I just want to focus on one problem to solve. That's going to help me. That's different. That's a different energy. That's coming from within. So if it's the first scenario, I would suggest, like what Ray said, hammer out some content and see what feels right. It's not a matter of a number of views or the number of likes or the number of shares, because it's about having one customer or one recruit. It's about impacting one person right now to potentially listen to this. And maybe you'll be like, maybe all anti-MLMers aren't demon haters or bullies. Maybe they've been within the industry and maybe they're like, they have some information, for me to listen to. If you would like to just focus on one problem, and then, so say you're selling, so I was with Mon8. So say you're selling hair care and you just want to focus on like people growing their hair longer. That's the only thing. Then you can talk about that. You can make content on that. If it was on Instagram, it could be how-to tips. You could do what Ray teaches, which is plagiarizing, ILT, invest, learn, teach. I'm surprised he never said any of this shit. You could Google 5 ways to grow your hair. There's all these articles out there. And then you could you could do a reel, you could do a live video on Facebook. And as your call to action, be like, I got this information from this website and I've compiled 5 more tips from you from all these other sources. And the third tip on this list is you're not even going to believe it. It will grow your hair and it grows it faster than if you did all these other tips combined. So you're going to want this tip. Send me a message with hair and I'll send that off to you right away. Like you could do shit like that if you wanted to focus on just one thing. but you don't have to clean up your Instagram or your TikTok. The appearance doesn't mean anything. The appearance is like fake. People really do want to know what's in it for me. This is another thing that Ray dropped the ball on. He taught us all this WIIFM, tuning into the radio station. That is WIIFM. What's in it for me? People really don't care at the end of the day what your account looks like, how aesthetically pleasing it is. They just want to know what's in it for them. So as long as you're entertaining them, educating them, empowering them with your content, you're good. So there you go. That's what and another thing I'm surprised he didn't say is the best time, because, this was the next part. This is, he didn't say it because this is Lucy's question. Okay. Okay. I'm going to just read some of these comments here. Stevie says, you're so caring and wonderful to read all our comments, Julie. And Aaron says, our voice messages are my favorite. Or my favorite to share some jokes in there. Sam says, DC is brilliant as are Aaron, Julie, Joe, and Clowntown. DC, my answer would be, is you research your content. Do you like what you said? If you didn't, archive it. If you did, leave it. Figure out who you're talking to and have a conversation. This is some great advice. And research, rewatch. Yep, agree. Not all your content is being seen. Tanya Elizabeth says, great advice, DC. And DC, do what makes you happy and figure out what you're talking about. But it's apply to think about what you want to create too. Some people need more time to process before they hit the record button. Excellent advice. Lift panic. Lift panic. In case I didn't make it to the end of this live, I want to thank Julie and all the commenters and the other creators on here. I follow all of you. It's great. Thank you. Thank you so much for commenting on here and all of your support. It's your comments. I really appreciate them. And they're really helping other people, leaving other groups, not just rank makers and multi-level marketing companies, but other groups too, heal and know that they're not alone. So that was the first question. And the second question that was asked from Lucy was, what time of the day is best to post and on what platform? And he just fucking makes it so extremely complicated and doesn't answer the question. It's just like, it depends on what platform. And then he goes into the same bullshit. You know, when he talk about why you shouldn't do Facebook ads and why you should get rid of your business page if you had one, because advertising is way too complicated for your stupid peon brains. You see people, you have to do the split test. There's the A and the B. And you know what? It's just not even important, because if you do this, it's going to take so much time. And me, this expert guru that is so intelligent, it's just make some content. Does that make sense? You got to sharpen the saw. You got to get the handle. You get the pearl handle. It's just like, holy fucking shit. All she asked was, what time of the day is it best to post and on what platform? He used to teach this. I don't know why he never said this. It was like, the best time to post is now o'clock. That was a fucking great line. Like, why didn't he say that? Like, he should have said that. It's true. The best time of the day to post is now o'clock, because this is for network marketing. These people that are asking him questions are not making a lot of money. They're paying $20 a month or more. Maybe it's $25 a month or more. He has to know his fucking audience. These people that are live, tuning into his Facebook live, like, video, free coaching Friday, are people like me, like people like on this chat, that really want help, and we're going to do anything we can. We're going to take it all in. We're so coachable. In network marketing, just post the content. It's a completely different, even now, like on TikTok, I have like 219,000 followers, 7.1 million views. For what the fuck that's worth. I post whatever I want, whenever the fuck I want, and I'll take time off. I have now. It's been like maybe a week and a half. I posted a piece of content on New Year's Eve. And then sometimes I'll post a shit ton of content in one day, like 18 pieces of content, and then I'll take time off. And I did that similarly when I was within network marketing, because not everybody is seeing your content. Not everybody that even really likes you is going to see what you post. So just posting the content is super important, because it's going to help you improve at content creation. More importantly, it's going to keep you in action so you can get on with your other daily method of operations. which is prospecting, following up, doing 10 minutes of personal development, and all the other things that we got to do every day. Reluctantly, I'm giving you this information, but you should not be spoken to about with contempt. There's nothing wrong with asking that question. It's a really good question, because network marketing coaches and even like marketing experts, they'll say that the best time you should look at your analytics. You shouldn't look at your analytics. Only a few people should look at their analytics. It's useless as tits on a bull. Even they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I have no thumbnail images on my YouTube channel. I got more fucking views than Ray. It's not hard. And you can too. If you follow DC's advice of like, what do you like to post? And then like, oh, I just have this idea. You don't know when a video is going to hit the right person. Virility doesn't mean anything. It could have millions and millions of views. But if you're trying to sell something, which you want to in network marketing, that doesn't mean anything. It's about hitting the right person at the right time. Effective content hits the right. It just is about reaching one person. And if you're on and you have the idea in that moment, what Ray teaches is you speak to the previous version of yourself, or you speak to yourself. You're having the idea right now. Why would you go against yourself? Listen to yourself. Listen to your instincts. Post that content whenever the fuck you want. And you don't deserve to be spoken to with contempt. It's a very good question. And the same holds true on every platform, in my opinion. Good question, Mara and Lucy. And good luck to you. I hope you get out. Sam says, anytime is as good time of day. Monica says, we are part of the high altitude potato community. Lisa says, I follow all of the creators on here too. You are all awesome. DC, more important than getting the time right is showing the social platform that you're on it. A little before and after, and not posting and bouncing from an app. The rules are different for everyone. Here's some great advice. Here's some great marketing advice for you. I think you're a perfect example of creating good content when you do post, Julie. Thank you. Sam says, go at your own speed, Julie. Thank you, Sam. Michelle says, you're generous with your information. DC, it's similar to stoking a fire. So when someone does hit, your accounts are prepared for traffic. See, he could have said all of this to you in a with no contempt of that whole spiel of sharpening the saw, which DC, you did say. It's like he's like cutting like the tree down. And you're like, you just said sharpening the saw. Now you're referring to an axe. That's not being picky. That's a fucking contradiction. And he does that shit. And all these guys and women and people do this shit. And it's important to be called out on it because it's not okay. They're not being specific. They're not being clear. They're just expecting to get away with it. So when this woman, Lucy, asks him a question about what time of the day it is to post, and he goes on making her feel, and anybody watching this or thinking of asking this question of feeling so stupid that you would have, he doesn't say analysis paralysis. He says paralysis by analysis. And then he takes John Maxwell's whole fucking thing about sharpening a saw. That's not Ray's. That's John Maxwell. And John Maxwell probably stole it from somebody else, where you have to sharpen your saw with mindset development every day. And you hone your skills. And then, you sharpen and then you go and you like are sawing the tree down. And if you do that every day, one day it falls down. Like this is where it's heading. But then he skews off into like making you feel like a complete fucking idiot by even asking this question. Like you're so concerned about the time of the day to post and the pearl handle on your axe and it's just like, fuck, you don't need to talk to people like that. You could like give them really good advice, like DC here, Monica says they contradict themselves because they say, ask me anything, but when you do, you get yelled at and blocked. Yes. Kate C says, I love your IG stories and your music choices because I listen to most of it. And I thank you. I like to do like Easter egg shit too, like for people, because it's fun to create content. So this fish behind me, that's Slappy. And high altitude potatoes are crossing over everywhere now, but it started on fucking TikTok. And you can really have fun with content, even in your stories. And in stories, that was another thing. You can post those whenever you want. I didn't even talk about that. So Michelle says, well, he could, but that wouldn't create loyalists. Yeah, so his followers would leave at the first red flag. Exactly. Jen Chi says he's not as clever as he thinks he is. He's fucking mad. I watched that video where DC's video, and he's fucking mad. His body language and how he's gonna lose his shit. It's like the tectonic plates. It's gonna be a new Mount Everest. Michelle Carpenter. Oh, real question, and sorry if you answered this before, I must have missed it. Did Ray have a mentor himself like Maxwell? Yes. Eric Worre trained him. Also, he had a really good friend, Mark Hoverson, and he passed away. And he says that he had come across his content somehow. Maybe it was on YouTube, I don't know. And that he was so impressed that he asked this man, like, I want to just coach. I want to be coached by you. And this guy said, I don't know if any of this is true. And he said, I've never done this before. So Ray was like, well, you need to come up with an hourly thing, because I want to learn all of your knowledge in like 3 hours, because I'm crazy. I'm a lunatic. I'm so hungry. You don't understand. I'm different. I don't want to have to do the work. I don't want to have to put in the time. I don't want to hear about the algorithm. I just want to hire somebody or take their ideas and just do it in a short period of time so I can like go crush it like a fucking rock star. And so he paid for this guy's coaching, Mark Hoverson. And they became best friends, I think. And then he passed away. But before he passed away, he asked Ray for money to help with some treatment. I think it was like a new treatment that he could potentially help him. They always have these new things. But instead of giving the money, Ray's like, well, why don't you do a fucking training so I can continue to sell it? And then, because it's just not good just to give, even if you're my best friend. So while this man is suffering and wanting to get money to get this treatment, Ray does a fucking training, and he continues to sell it to this day, which he says that he gives the money to the family still, but he sells it to us. I wonder where that falls in line with this new religious. I mean, I'm no Christian, but I'm no prophet, but it seems to me that like you just give when your best friend needs help. I don't know. Well, that's just fucking me. Eric Worre. Michelle says he used to follow and praise Eric Worre, but they seem to be on the outs because he hasn't mentioned it in a long while. All these fuckers stab each other in the back. And I think that, like part of the mythology, I don't know, Michelle, this is what I picked up when I was within Rank Makers, was that Eric was one of the people that was like making fun of Ray for starting Rank Makers and going live every day. That it was a big joke. He wasn't going to make any money. That he was one of the people that said that it wouldn't work. That's what I think. I don't know. Do you remember that? It fucking worked. He was right, Eric. Sad to say, but oh, fuck, you were wrong there. Michelle says it's the edification for him, I guess. Michelle Culberson, it really is sick how he's still milking Mark Hoverson's death to sell courses. And when you're in it, you think this is great, MF, do you ever wonder why he was not speaking on any big guru stages for the people who coach him in the past few years? Could they found out he is all air and no substance? I didn't wonder when I was in it. I kind of wondered a bit, but it wasn't enough for me to get out. But I do now. And I do know, I have a funny story about Grant Cardone's conference, whatever it was called, 10X. And Ray was invited to speak at this stage. So all during the buildup, he's like, I'm going to be speaking at this stage. You're going to see me blow it out of the water. And he had like all this kit. He had this fucking 10X hat. He had a 10X shirt, fucking balloons. Like he had everything. I don't know if there was balloons, but he had all this shit on. It was too much. And he says, I'm going to edify him like you're not going to believe. And he was saying, it doesn't even have to be true. It's just going to be like, before I met him, I was nothing. And I'm going to get up on that stage and you're going to see. And this is how you are supposed to talk about me and about your upline. And when he did get to that 10X conference. I remember that, like, what, because we're all like so excited, like, oh, how is this going to be? And the MC, it's like he cut him off. Like Ray was like going to get into this whole shtick, and the guy's like, just like, no, what happened? Like he just cut. It's like he saw through, and he just fucking got to the point, and he never got to do his whole spiel and magnificent speech, and it was just. It's like a balloon, you know, you blow up the balloon and then it's like, and it's that last little bit where it's like, that's what it was like. Kate C says, but so godly. Kalika says, oh my God, I never realized this before. There's so many things like this too. And I think that's why it's important to sit around and just talk. And things come out, you know. And the more we do, it's uncomfortable, but it's how we heal, you know? Michelle says, that's so low. Monica says, do you think other so-called coaches might do what he did, go the profit route? I do. I think it's almost inevitable. I think Jesse Lee is next, and then fucking Colleen from No Shame Sales Game. I'll be these profits. It's the profit pipeline. Profits to pipeline. My new course, it's only $697 or 3 easy payments of $197.77. Clock is ticking. If you click on my little thing, there's going to be a countdown thing. You want to get in now. And when you click yes to join, it's going to be like, but wait, there's more. Do you want to really crush 2023? Yes, I want to skyrocket my business. Or no, I want to remain in Sucksville. Fuck. Okay. Michelle Carpenter. MF, he brings in dollars, and that's success to these people. Jen Chi, that's letter Kenny rules. If a friend asks for help, you help them. Charlene, Eric Worre is the Darth Vader of MLM. Eric Worre is the boomer of MLM. The fucking boomer with yellow pants. Jesus Christ, Eric, you got to fucking sit down. Oh my God. Michelle says it was also the MLSP crew that dissed him for having a lifetime option. Oh, Sam says he's a giant red flag. Michelle says he was on Grant Cardone's stage for about 20 seconds. And says, and they cut him off. Bah-ha-ha. It was funny because I noticed it at the time and I was like, fuck, that's got a sting, you know? But I still respected him, you know? Like I fucking defended him too. I'm like, you don't understand. He's fucking smart, you guys. Fuck. Lisa's like, love the balloon analogy. Charlene says, Grant Cardone is not someone to look up to. He gives advice on social media that is blatant SEC violations. And Monica's like, his ego deflected or I can't even speak right now. I hope you know what I'm trying to say. Jolene, how are you doing? I watched one of Ray's videos from the end of November, I think, and he was calling Yaya backer. Sorry, Julie, I have no clue how to say that. LOL, this video was heavy on religion. Yeah, it's that. Yeah, dude. Sam says it's good to dissect it. Stevie says price will never be this low again. $697.77. It's like I know all this shit. Like we all were trained on this stuff. It drives us. Like when we see him now selling he's using religion and Christianity or some version of it and the Bible. And he even said he's ILTing the Bible. I just about fell off my chair. Like that's pretty fucking bold. Like he's just saying he's fucking invest, learn teaching the Bible. That's not good. That's not something to say. Michelle says, I have a poster for that. Shirley's like, oh my God, it's Eric the Boomer has 4 humps. Eric the Boomer has 4 humps. So go, Eric, go. Boom, boom, boom. Clowntown's like, someone starts commenting on all of Eric Worre's posts. Okay, Boomer. And he is. It's and not all boomer. There's very fucking amazing good boomers. And I just want to say it because there's a lot of asshole Gen Xers too. So I just want to say that. I want to make that super clear. Clowntown says, wait, sorry, what does ILT mean? Is that a rank maker term or something else? It is something that Ray has made up, and it stands for invest, learn, teach. Invest your time or your money into buying a book or watching a documentary or attending an event. You learn from it, and then you make a live video about it and teach it. And you do a call to action at the end too, especially if it's a live video. That's what he's doing. And he says it too. I was like, I couldn't believe that he actually said it, but nothing should surprise me at this point. Paul was the third person that asked him a question that was not faith related. When starting to do reels, is there a preferred platform to focus on? Instagram, Facebook, and should we focus on that one before branching out to another one? And so, or a shotgun approach. That's what he said. And so Ray again makes it so fucking complicated. And he mentions TikTok, which he shouldn't, because you shouldn't be putting content. It goes against TikTok's community guidelines. It says it right there. No multi-level marketing stuff on there. But people don't care. They're on there anyway. But that is not operating out of integrity or congruency or in alignment or vibrating at a high frequency or walking in line with whatever fucking religion he's espousing. It goes against community guidelines. That's the bottom line. But when starting to do reels, is there a preferred platform to focus on? So my advice to you, Paul, would be I would do the one that you're most comfortable and excited about. Content creation is about your energy goes into it. And it's okay to not know what you're doing at first. You're going to improve just by creating. And if you're drawn to Facebook or you're drawn to Instagram, I would recommend to go there first. And then when you create it, if you do create it on Instagram, then you can just share it to Facebook. No problem. There's like this little option that you click when you post it. It will prompt you. And I know Ray will say, don't ask me your questions about, you can Google this because I'm so far beyond this. Only ask me marketing advice. But people in the real world have no problem giving you the specifics on how to do something like this because it's important. The technical parts can take away from you even creating a reel for your network marketing business because it's fucking intimidating. And I understand that. So when you go to create the reel, when you go to post it, it will prompt you. Do you want to share this to Facebook too? And you can turn it off for the moment, or you can just keep that option on. Like you can share it every time. So it's automatic, but you can select that. You can choose to select that every time you create content. So my advice would be to go on whichever platform is first. There's not a hard and fast rule in content creation because you don't know what's going to hit and you don't know how you're going to feel. It all stems from you. You're the creator. But in network marketing, it's all about getting. It's all about transactions. So it's like you're working there's like two forces at work where you're trying to create and help and serve and do all the things that we're taught to do. But then there's you're really trying to get something. And if you're now following this line of performance-based pipeline profit, your results that don't matter, but they do matter, you're going to feel like shit. So my advice would be go on whatever platform that you like to, and just start posting somewhat consistently, whatever that looks like for you. You don't have to post every day, but it would be beneficial if you got into some kind of routine where it's okay. You get comfortable with posting content that's kind of like, oh, this was just shit. Like, I don't know, I'm just going to post something. And then because it does kind of like work a muscle. It works a creative muscle and you do improve. So if you don't want to do it every day, you could do it every second day or set yourself a goal. And that's what I would recommend. A lot of these answers that I find reveal themselves to you as you start creating and listening to your instincts and seeing where they take you. The ideas start to come as you're creating. So you don't need to focus on one and then master another, or you could focus on one and master it and then shotgun approach or whatever, how you said it. It's the answer is that there is no answer. It really does stem from you. So, for example, I was making a lot of content all over the place, but then I really, really, really liked making content on TikTok. And I used a lot of the skills that I developed over the years to make content on TikTok. All of that time was important, but I really, really loved TikTok. Now I really fucking love YouTube. So I haven't decided to focus on it. It just kind of like happened that way. So I know you're trying to grow your network marketing business and sell products and recruit people. And the best advice I have for you is to listen to your instincts. And when you have an idea and you're like, you know what, today, screw it. I'm going to just post on Facebook instead and only Facebook. I'd listen to that because you're doing this experimenting on your own and seeing what hits right for your audience. So I hope that helps you out. Just scrolling back here. DC says, let's plagiarize the shit out of everything. Michelle says, LMFAO, I haven't heard Sally the Camel in decades. Welcome to fucking Gen X YouTube. Michelle says, invest, learn, teach, the Clown Town. To be honest, I think this is the first time I've ever seen anyone appropriate Christianity. That says a lot. Charlene says, Michelle, Grant is not above the law. You may see him go down this year. He's already had to make penance with Scientology. Sam says, I don't know about the different generations. And, really, there's not a lot of differences. I like to kind of say that, but we have so much in common aside from our ages and that kind of thing, so. Clown Town says, oh, damn, don't admit you're doing that with the damn Bible. Yeah. I just really feel for people of faith because I know it's happening. I know that they believe, they want to believe him and they really like and respect him and they trust him. And they will look for the good and they will find the good and they will ignore the bad or they'll diminish the bad. Or just like me, they'll be like, it's okay. He's a good guy. He's fucking funny. He's smart. He's helped me out. I trust him. I'll give him more of my money. Monica says, why do they come up with so many acronyms? Because they're a cult. For example, HAPS. There's 69% of people, they only get into the happy part. But, there's the other, about, let's say 5-10%, they get into the altitude part. There's like the happy part, and then there's the altitude part. But what you really want to get is you got the happy, you got the altitude, and then you got the potatoes part. The potatoes, they potate. And you get into that potato part, the potating part, the 1%, that's when your business takes off. Rockstar. Fuck. Okay. Michelle says, oh, I'm sorry. Sarcasm doesn't translate well here. I only meant he definitely believes he is above the law because all Scientologists do. The Clown Town. If you do reels, YouTube shorts are also a good place to put them. They have decent viewership. I'm trying to get back on that horse. Michelle says, Monica, to confuse people and make them feel stupid. And having a secret language is straight out of the BITE model. Exactly. The behavior, information, thought, emotional control. This is Stephen Hassan's influence continuum of authoritarian control. You can use this checklist like I have done. It's helped me. I printed it off from his Freedom of Mind Resource Center. Just look at what group you're a part of and see, like, does this happen? Of course, when you're in it, everybody that's in a cult, like I was like, I'm not in a cult. Or if I'm in a cult, then I'm happy to be here because I'm surrounded by all these happy, positive people. We're serving people. We're impacting the world. I'm showing up powerfully. And all you losers, you don't even know what you're missing. You're the ones in the cult. You anti-MLMers are the ones that are in the fucking cult. I'm not in the cult. But yet, when you get out, then you can see it. When you're in it and you're starting to like wake up, it's like, oh, I see it. But when you're out, it's like, holy shit. That's, if you're honest, if you're able to be honest, you have that clarity of mind, that'll help you out anyway. It's helped me out. Monica says, makes sense, Michelle. DC, there is a website that will strip the TikTok watermark off a video if you want to reshare after publishing. And that was a question too that somebody had asked, was how to remove the TikTok logo. And he had said, don't ask me, just Google it. And it's called SnapTik because I do this a lot. I've been experimenting, leaving the TikTok water logo, or what is it called? Water logo, watermark. And I also will go on to SnapTik. It's called SNAP, Snap, and then Tik, TIK. And you don't need to install the app. I don't, but I'm on an old Android and it works for me. So I'm not sure if maybe you have, I have to show you my phone. This is an Android. It's an S8. I'm like, I had the screen crack on it. And you know what I did? Because I didn't want to have to take all my passwords and like put them on a new phone or whatever. I paid to get the same like phone. It cost more than if I had a like I should have bought a new phone is what I'm saying, but I didn't. I'm still on an Android S8 and I can get SnapTick on here. Okay. So what you do is on your TikTok video, if you go onto the bottom right hand of your screen, I think there's 3 little dots. I think you want to get the link. I think that's where it's located. I really should know this. You do something repeatedly so much that you forget what you do. And when you click that, a little menu pops up on the bottom and you can share the video and there's an option that says copy the link. If you copy that link, then you open up SnapTick. You can paste that link in there and then you can download your TikTok and it will save it without the watermark. There's something else that you could do too. I've been finding this. This is kind of like good if you want to use like a song that's not on TikTok, because a lot of songs on TikTok, you're like, I want to use this one song, and it's like the part of the song that they don't have. So, but you can find it on Instagram, and I'll make the piece of content on Instagram, and then I'll download the Instagram without the Instagram bullshit, and then put it to TikTok. And I use an app. For that. It's called Savor. Saverr. So you could do the same thing. Like if you're creating content on Instagram, you could upload it to TikTok without the Instagram watermark. But it's not a stupid question. Whoever asked that question, and it's hard because sometimes I Google stuff and I can't find the answer. It's not so simple as just to Google. My Google skills are shit. And so there. Okay, Monica says, I'm horrible with remembering acronyms. Well, if you were in 5 years of rank makers, you would have all this stuff burned into your brain. So I'm happy that you do not remember them. I don't want you to remember these. Charlene says, I feel so bad for people in his faith group. They believe so much and are seeking so badly that they will believe anything, including Ray. It's truly heartbreaking. And that's what I'm hoping, that as people wake up and get out, and then they just know that they know that, okay, I was a part of this. This is why this happened. This is when I had that feeling. This is what I was part of, There's always going to be people that follow him no matter what. And they'll believe him. And anybody that is against him is a demon hater bully. Even if you just point things out, it'll just drive people deeper in because they're in a cult. And what's scary is that he's using their religion against them. And he's using their religion and their altruism against them, because the conversation is not about his behavior and how he is using manipulation. It's about, does he really believe in God or not? That's what it always comes back to that right now. And it's fucking dangerous. And it's like this, I don't know whether it's some kind of, people don't want to offend others of faith or whatever. And I'm like, he's using you, and he's using your faith, and he's using your altruism against you because you want to believe in the good in people. And maybe like however he's describing his experience, his transformation is similar to maybe what you've experienced. And we're telling you he's done this. This is a pattern of behavior. It doesn't matter what the fuck he's talking about. It's just, it's a building block. It's like, Nancy Salzman, right near the end of The Vow, when she's talking about Keith Raniere, it's like he looks at you like a glass of water. He's the glass of water. It's great. It's valuable. He can drink from it. He needs it. And then when he's not thirsty anymore, he just puts it down. And that's how he views you in your faith. Hitting you with a proverb. That's not Christianity. That's not religion. He's approaching religion like he wants you to rank up in a multi-level marketing company. I don't know why the fuck he doesn't open up his own multi-level marketing company. The dude would make so much money and he could just rock it. He would crush it in 2023. He would get pushback, but nothing like this. Okay, I'll read this. Sam says, I don't like it when he mangles sections of books. Stevie, having acronyms and exclusive language helps create in-out groups and false sense of learning from the group leaders. Thank you so much for adding this. Tanya says, it's so sad, Charlene. Lift Panic says, I can't be the only boomer here. There's good boomers. I want to just say that. I love boomers. I love Jen Jones. I love all the generations. I got to say that. It's like, because you get a, you know. But I think Eric deserved that. It's fucking good. Like, it is good. It's a good burn. Michelle says, Julie, would you want to help me if I develop a digital tool to analyze the bite model? Maybe. It's hard. I go in fits and starts, so I don't know if I can be relied upon. But we can talk, we can talk, we can see. Stevie says, dang, you sound like Sarah Edmondson, Julie. If I'm in a cult, it's the happiest, best cult there is. That's what it felt like. It did feel. And Lisa says, Lip Panic, I'm a boomer too. So there's good boomer. There's lots of good boomers here. Avery Joe says, I'm still here. I'm just lurking because I'm working. Monica says, I have to go to work. It was fun. Thank you guys for having me. I'll watch the replay. Bye. Bye. This is a long one. And Shirley, see, this is where all the generations come together. It's wonderful. Charlene is Gen X. Avery Joe is Gen Z. We're like, Gen Z will save us all. Aaron B says, oh, wee. Fuck. Charlene says, DC knows all the secret sauce. Sam says, I think I'm Gen X. And Aaron says, it's also about the conversion rate because it's sales in MLMs. Avery Joe says, true, Aaron. Return on investment is important in sales. Michelle, he has at least 2 different faith groups right now. One that is a free prayer group, and then the faith-based finance that is $1,000 per month. Avery Joe, 2 faith groups. I know it's about money, but geez, Sam, why do the MLMs use faith? Because it's tied in with that manifestation and magical thinking, which are cults. So it's faith. It has to be faith because you have to have faith and unwavering belief in the leader. And any tool that they can use to manipulate people will be used. But I'm just like, I'm still just shocked that he's using religion like this. It's really weird. Clowntown says, what the fuck? Faith-based finance? They have the faith-based network marketer. It's faith-based everything. Has the harassment... Jolene asks a really good question. Has the harassment from other rank makers dropped off now? For me, yes, but not for other people. And I posted in Instagram stories and rank makers. I posted in rank make. Can you fucking imagine if I got in and posted in there? No, I'm like, how the fuck did this shit get in here? I posted on Instagram stories and Facebook stories a comment I shared from Michelle Culberson. She had somebody come after her today that's in rank makers and in deep. And I'm like, this is the example of flying monkey behavior. They leave an essay and they go on and on and on. They're talking about a reel that Michelle posted where she doesn't mention rank makers, nor does she mention Ray's name. But this flying monkey comes out and is defending Ray. She knows because it's like what Michelle is describing in her great piece of content on Instagram is exactly what's going on. It's horrible. They just don't shut the fuck up. They keep going. So when people, I don't know, if they first start speaking out, it's almost like they come after you. And I hope they fucking leave me alone. Pretty fast, I block people, For me, it's been good. And Clowntown says, shout out to the boomers. That's right. And Avery Joe says, my parents are boomers. Stevie is a mature millennial. Here, we've got all the generations. So good. Michelle says, I feel you on that, Julie. I'm super hesitant to commit to projects because I don't want to let anyone down. That's why I do most projects myself. Jen Chi says, solid Gen X. Kate C, millennial here. Clowntown says, I'm closest to the cutoff for millennial and Gen Z. And Stevie, and also prosperity gospel and MLMs go really well together now. Yeah, and they go well together, as Ray is proving. I don't know if he's doing well though. Like I don't know. I don't think so. He's come under so much fucking scrutiny, and I've seen how he's changed, how he does his content creation. And for him to even mention like even me, like where everybody knows he's talking about me, like publicly, to take that shit outside of rank makers, he's fucking rattled. He's under pressure for sure. There's no way he would do that before. He was too important. He was too impotent. Avery Joe, if anyone has faith-based in their business stuff, that's a red flag for me, but I'm atheist. Michelle says there would be some serious scrambling if you got in there again. Escort her out! Oh my God. Aaron B says, can you imagine? I have a funny story to share about Jen. This is like early days. Jen still had access to like a bazillion of these coaching groups she was a part of. And it might have been the fucking interview I did with you, Aaron. It was either with you or Daniel Bolster. It might have been both. And Jen copied and pasted the interview in all the 14-day challenge groups because they hadn't removed her from those groups. I was fucking gone. But they just posted that link. Can you imagine all these dormant faith 14-day challenge groups that run every quarter for like 8 years? Or fucking not 8 years, because it was only like it started in 2017. So for the 5 years I was in, I think I did 8 of them. That's why. So all these fucking 14-day challenge groups. And then she's like putting the interview. It's like fucking rank makers. Wonder what they thought. I can't even believe it. She's a goddamn cheetah. Stevie says, LOL, if you could post in rank makers right now, Julie Anderson, what would you say? That's a good thing. You know what? I think I would say something short. I would say that you are worthy. You are valuable exactly as you are. And I respect you. I think that's all I would say. Because you're deep in occult. Anything you say, even saying that, I would probably be considered a hater, you know? I think the only way through to make a connection, like on that kind of, like when you're right in like that, it just has to be, there cannot be any kind of criticism at all, you know? Even if they're being beat down, hit with proverbs, they'll still look at that, just like I did, as like tough love, as truly caring. That's what I would say. Aaron B's Gen X here. The clown town. The worst part about people like Ray with people that will defend him over anything, they know exactly what to say to weaponize their followings without telling them what to do. Thank you for bringing that up. And that's why, like, I made a piece of content on TikTok saying exactly who he is, the group rank makers, and that he's referred to me as a demon, because that shit's fucking scary. And I had some of his new Christian followers, whatever religion they are, start to come over onto TikTok. And I'm like, no way. I just blocked them right away. It was fucking weird. Also on, here on YouTube, I did a YouTube short, and it was a TikTok, and it was like the social media coach. And I had someone that was fucking whatever religion. You think these people are scary, like a psychopath or somebody like in the dark alley with a knife? No, it's these people that think they have God on their side. They're the fucking scary ones, you know? And I really feel bad for the people of faith who have to fight against this. And all they're trying to do is do their thing, you know, believe in what you believe. And then you got to deal with this kind of thing, you know? Kate C says, prosperity gospel isn't anything new. It's something Dave Ramsey uses. And Michelle says, Gen X with Gen Z kids, and they terrify me in a way that makes me extremely proud. MF, another millennial here, and love you all. Yes, virtual hug. Aaron B says, escort her out, LMA. That was Mary Kate. There's 3 people that are close to Ray that are women that work for him. And this is like this weird, strange inner circle with this really disturbing level of devotion. That is, it's unsettling. It goes beyond employees. It's, and she was my friend. I thought she was my friend. And she was the person that actually sent me a message the day Ray made his first piece of content about me when I was not obeying him. When he stopped saying my name when I was like being obedient, but stopped saying my name when I stopped doing live videos every day. And that was the first video he made, was March 15th, 2021. And I was tagged by all these people within rank makers. And Mary Kate was one of the people that reached out to me. and wanted to make sure I was quitting doing daily live videos for the right reasons. And then she also said that she escorted me out of these groups. I had left these groups. I just left. I was like, over time, you know, it was not long thereafter where I was like, I'm done. And then it was the end of the year. I was like, I'm fucking done with the multi-level marketing industry. But she said that we escorted Julie out. It was a very serious conversation with the 100K inner circle coaches. Where's Julie? What's going on? She's not doing her Friday dance videos anymore. Get on the phone. What's going on? Oh my God. Oh, she's turned anti-MLM. We've escorted her out of the groups. It's fucking hilarious now. The siren on. Fuck. The Clown Town. Gus and I got a lot of harassment directed at us by someone we made a video about. She didn't tell her followers harass them, but she left the video in the description so they knew where to go. That's the thing when they're purposely doing that level of manipulation where they know what's going to happen. And they can say that they didn't. They can say, well, I didn't mean that. They know damn well what they're doing. And that's not okay. Michelle says, oh my God, this story is awesome. Aaron B's like, I remember that. We got a lot of fucking stories. The Clown Town says, I think Ray knows how to do the same thing, not tell his followers, harass them. Yes, but give them hints that he wants them to defend him. I don't know. Absolutely. I think it's as subtle as a sledgehammer. He is not elegant. It's so fucking ham-fisted. It's painful. You know? It's so brutal because I'm almost like, I'd almost want, like, I want to like admire, because I respected him so much. And I'm like, I want to almost be like, okay, if he acts in a certain way, it's like, okay, I can see. But it's so fucking bad. He's so fucking bad. Even now, it's like the worst kind of passive aggressive. Like there's not even any finesse to the passive aggression. It's just so disappointing all around. Michelle says it was epic. Avery Joe says that would make sense, Clown Town. Stevie says, wow, that's a beautiful message, Julie. Aaron B says, I could see that, Clown Town. Clown Town, that's super true, because having a God on your side both makes you better than others and justifies your actions. He gets off scot-free. He can say whatever he wants. Aaron B's, Mary Kate, you didn't escort anyone out and you know it. Cute though, LOL. Aaron, you really gave me the help give me the confidence too to like, say their names with your chest, right? Like saying the names with the chest. Charlene says, circle of women like Keith Raniere. Yeah, I know. That's, you know, like they're like the parallels of the behavior of this devotion, of the flying monkey's behavior, of who comes after you as soon as you leave, and then like subsequent waves. It's the same. And it's the same like excuses, the same attacks, the same fucking like lying. And I want these people to get out. I really believe they're good people, you know? Sam says they've been sucked way too far in. I know. MF says, I think Julie Joe said something about God not knowing Ray, and she should know since she is his secretary. MF says, I wonder, are these women so desperate to have attention from Ray to do such bad things? There is a feeling of desperate attention, because it's so in rank makers and I think like high control groups, it's like you're made to want that attention because you feel like you're a piece of shit and you're so stupid. And that when, if Ray likes your post or dare he leaves a comment saying, good job, holy fuck, you've got everybody looking at you like you've just won the lottery. But there's also instability because you never know when it's going to happen, because he can just lose his shit because you say, I don't disagree with this. Or if you watch Play to Win, he'll give two sets of opposing sets of instructions to the contestants. Right, like one contestant to another during the same show. You can never win. It's always about creating instability. So you always have to look to him to get any kind of validation just as your identity. So it's kind of like there is like desperation for attention, but it's like deeper than that. That's what it feels like, I think. I'm like trying to. So this is one of the first times I've tried to explain this too. I hope that's making sense. Aaron says, yes, say their name. Avery Joe says, say it with your full chest. Michelle says, I got to drop, but thank you so much, Julie, for everything. Thank you so much, Michelle, for being on here. And Charlene says, saying their name takes their power away. When I was working with my psychologist, it was the one day I went in and I said, I think I said I made a piece of content. I decided I'm speaking out and I said his name. And then it was from that point forward. Then he kind of was like, he said his name too back to me. But it was like I could see the first time he did, he was kind of like seeing, am I going to be okay with it? Like, I'm like, fuck, I really lucked out with getting like mental help, like mental health, professional help. I really did. And I'd read like Yanya Lalich's book with Madeline Tobias, Take Back Your Life. I was like, okay, I need to get help, right? And I was like, oh, fuck, this is actually working, you know? Michelle says he works hard to keep your confidence and self-esteem so low that you're starving for anything. So the crumbs of validation from him feed your starving soul. And just keep in mind, Michelle won the first season of the reality show Play to Win and was personally coached by Ray for a year and was held up as an example. Jolene says they were making sure you stop doing live videos for the right reasons. What does that? It's not normal. It's not fucking normal. It's a fucking cult. Seriously, like you needed permission from them to stop. It's a live video. Even then they knew how powerful you were. Riley, I'm technically a rank maker lifer. I wonder if I could stomach sneaking back into screen record. The stomaching of looking at the content is something that so many of us talk about and feel like I have a hard time looking at him still. I feel it's weird because some things, like when I made my video, like I'm like, okay, I need to make a video telling my story. I felt okay showing, you know, video clips and pictures and stuff like that. But like that video, like just with that DC did last night, it was like, I'm like, I don't know if I can fucking watch this. And then I gotta like, it hurt. Like it's the stomach, right? It's just like, fuck, like I can't. It's so weird. And so many of us have this feeling, you know, some of us can't even look at his face. Like, what the fuck is that? And if you knew that, if people that were paying you, that respected you so much, were saying that about you, what do you think a normal, empathetic, compassionate response would be? Like, who in their right mind wouldn't be like, oh my God, what's happening? What can I do? No, it's like, I did an audit with myself. I've never spoken with anybody. Everybody's a fucking hater. Like, that's not fucking normal behavior, you know? And it's like, I know I'm saying this and it's really obvious to the outside of all this, but when you're in it and even like coming out of it, like it's so validating to see someone's comments. We're like, that's wrong. That's not okay. You know? I have a big string hanging. I meant to trim that before I got on here. I don't know, Riley. I struggle too. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do like reacting to Play to Win or not because of that. It's this. Charlene says they only have power if you give it to them. And Charlene also says much easier said than done though. Avery Joe says fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself. I know J.K. Rowling is crazy, but I thought of this quote. Michelle, you know what? I was going to make this, speaking of J.K. Rowling, I'm just reading Harry Potter now. I forget what one I'm on, but Ron eats a potato with indecent enthusiasm or something like that. Like, there's a fucking potato quote in there. I just like... Okay, Michelle says, it would be awesome if you were able to see what's happening in there, Riley, but only if that feels safe. Yeah, protect your mental health at all costs, you know? Jolene says, I am so glad you got a really good psychologist. Seeing your confidence increase in speaking out is pretty amazing. Sam says he desperately needs validation from his followers, so he pushes down his followers to build himself up. Yes. Thank you for saying that. And you can see it. It's really weird, you know. I said it, I left a comment, I think it was on Clown Town's Val and Gus's piece of content. It's like he has to do a live video every day. He would say this to us, and he's doing it again now. And always having to show up and know more than other people. And at times I just like think if his stories of his childhood abuse are true and all this, and then he, you know, got into Landmark, which is Scientology, and this has gone on, like sometimes I see this abused boy that has never had a friend and doesn't love himself and is filled with contempt for others because he has contempt for himself, and that he's never had a real friend, that he only knows how to put on this front of how to show up powerfully. And I will teach you to too, because I work with performance-based people. You know that? Why is this okay? You know, this is what it is. I work with this. I work with insurance people. I've been in the industry for 17 years. It's like you can see this is an act. And I see this. This is what I think in my head sometimes. And I'm like, fuck, like, I don't know. Can you fucking heal? Can you wake up? Like, do you know how much damage you're doing just because you're not healing yourself? You're focusing on healing others when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You need to heal. You need professional help, not Joe Dispenza, not Yaya Backer, not need fucking proper fucking mental expert help, because people are looking to him for advice on how to pray and how to deal with their loved ones, how to forgive people. Like, he's not in any position to be giving any kind of advice, you know. DC, Riley, you don't need to screen record. I have something that is free to use to download private videos. Avery Joe says, DC coming to the rescue. The Clown Town. I genuinely need to do a little ritual with some rocks before I start looking at MLM stuff and after to clear the bad vibe. Sam says, textbook cult leader. Charlene said that. And Michelle says, I would love to know what that is, DC. And Sam says, definitely Charlene. Emma. Hi, Emma. Catching my first live hello from the UK. I find the psychology behind MLMs so fascinating. Thanks for great content so far, Julie. Thank you, Emma. Welcome. I've been going on now for almost 3 hours. This is a doozy of a long one, but it was time. And I appreciate you coming on from the UK. It's a lot. And I want to give another shout out to DC. DC saying, I'll post it on my community tab. Since it is a link, you will need Google Chrome. You had said something. So the Clown Town had mentioned about making content more accessible, like as accessible as possible by having like closed captions. And then you had mentioned something in your video about, and I never thought of it this way, of reading comments, because sometimes people can't see, they're visually impaired. So the only thing it's hearing. And so I thought that was really cool. And I think it's good to put that information out there, because when you're creating content, it's something that you just might not think about if you're not personally affected by it. Janet says, Riley, there's already plants people who haven't been a part of rank makers that record his stuff. Please protect yourself. Just please protect yourself no matter what. Yeah. It's really hard. And you know what? This is what we have me and Jen and Michelle have a pact. Or it's like an agreement. Anybody can stop doing anything at any time. There's no obligations. There's no strings. You don't need to speak out. If you start speaking out, you can stop speaking out. There's no strings. So that's the way I look at it, especially for rank makers. I think it's really important. Like, if you ever feel the need to do something, you can, but you don't have to. If not, no big deal. Oh, man. Clown Town says, if you think it would be good for your healing, do it, but don't do it if you're not ready. Michelle says, I got to take my doggo out for a pee, Julie. She's punching my leg with her nose. Thank you for speaking out and creating this safe space. Have a good walk with your dog. Nicole from Breaking Even says, I still want to watch him do a live sales chat call. There's no way he could. I would like to see him do it, but he would be so contemptuous of people. They would not purchase. That would be my call. The only way it would be like a role playing with one of his 100K inner circle coaches, where they would just like agree, you know. But with an actual person, no way. It wouldn't be able to happen. No fucking way. Janet says, I agree with Clown Town, Riley. Sam says, hi, Emma. I'm in the UK too. Michelle says, exactly. It has to feel safe. Riley says, God, y'all are great. Thank you all. Isn't it cool? Like on the outside of all this, I felt like I was a part of something that was really beautiful and positive and uplifting and special when I was in Rank Makers. And I have some good memories, but a lot of it was like there's a lot of bad now, seeing through what it was, and it was fake. But there's a lot of good people. It was all made of good people. The community, like, although we're all mind fucked, we're all like trying to do good. And it's neat coming outside of this and being able to connect. And I don't know, there's just so many good people outside of all this that were in it, and then also that have never been in it. It's really cool. Kind of felt like you wouldn't have found that outside of Rank Makers, that was only within that group could you find such an amazing group of people. And it's not true. It was just a tactic. Breaking Even says, I'm sorry, I don't pray that way. Once I ran to you. Michelle says that's even funnier than Breaking Even. There may be some of us that have fucking tainted love hoodies. Because we like to make fucking inappropriate jokes with the word taint. That's I'm just kidding. We have a lot of fun in our healing group or like private messages. Avery Joe says, go to subscribe to DC. Thank you for sharing that. And Michelle says, thank you, DC. Lisa says, got to go now. This was a really interesting live. Thanks, everyone. Lisa, thank you so much for your support and encouragement and your comments on my other videos as I've started to speak out. I really appreciate it. Thank you for spending the time here on this live today, too, because this has been a long video. Charlene says, to Nicole, your content is fantastic. Janet says, I missed like 30 minutes. I ate some pizza and fell asleep in my recliner. So glad you're still alive. That's so good. We're just chatting away. Melanie says, is it just Ray in these groups, or do minions also protect the narrative? Do peers from Rank Makers actually try to help each other? So the first part of the question, minions absolutely do protect the narrative. And it doesn't take long for us all to fall into line. It's like this kind of level of self-indoctrination. So he does have employees that are like highly visible in the group that do a lot of live videos and moderate the comments and are making a lot of posts. So they'll be sharing like what new course is for sale, or what the daily action step was from the live video, prospect 40 people or do a Facebook live video or things like that. And then if a hater that is making anti-MLM content, remember, hurt people. They're really heavy into that. And then we all follow suit because we're an occult. So we just all are, that's how the behavior is. When we're in, and then there's also the 100K inner circle coaches as well. So they'll come in and they'll also like protect that narrative. Anybody that is starting to speak out that might still be like affiliated with the group, they're like, I'm going to block her. There was one of the coaches saying, Julie is on I made this is on a YouTube. It's not a short, but it's like a shorter video. It says, Julie is on the anti-MLM warpath. That's what he said. And I'm going to block her. So they do protect the narrative, but they're in a cult. And they're good people, Do peers from Rank Makers actually try to help each other? Yeah, we did. I know I was one of I did. I don't know about everybody. Some of it. So I remember posting in the group asking for help with Instagram, and Ray had a rule when you first got into Rank Makers, you'd watch all these videos, so much information, behavior information, thought, emotional control, and all these posts and all these things to read and do and not do and all the rules. And I'm like, okay. And one of his rules was that don't bring me a monkey without a banana, which meant I thought that was the most insightful, amazing thing ever. And I made so many live videos on this and taught my team this, which meant don't ask a question without trying to find the answer for yourself first, because otherwise you're just going to be like needy and just not independent and not a true entrepreneur. And so I didn't know how to do Instagram. I'm like, I tried to do that. These are all the ways I tried to learn this one thing. And then I need this, I'm asking this question. And so one of his admins or brand ambassadors or whatever they're called, gave me this answer, which wasn't really helpful. But it wasn't really super helpful. It was always like tinged with that, well, you really should know, or you really should try. Some of the inner circle coaches would be really supportive and really good. They're like, I believe in you. It's okay. You've got this. This is a training that we did. So it would be like, not mean, no digs, like really trying to help. I know for me, I would post shit in the 14-day challenges, sometimes in the Rank Makers group as well. But I remember making a lot of content in the 14-day challenge groups and like really encouraging people and helping them out, like rooting them on, not just like cheering them on, like, oh, you can do this, you can show up and do a live video every day, but like giving them tips from all the things that I had learned. And I wrote a lot, it took a lot of time, right? And I'm like really being thoughtful about this, like 10 tips for you to get through your first 14-day challenge. Like it's okay to feel scared and normal, and that you're not going to know what you're going to talk about, and to get really sweaty and to be panicking. And it was like really practical, good. It's still fucking good advice. And that was good, but I see now that that's not the norm. We're there. We're trying to help each other out, but we're also in our multi-level marketing companies, and embedded even in that, even when I'm trying to help people, as I hopes they can see how giving I am. So maybe they'll just come to me and I can recruit them into my multi-level marketing company. That was a good question. Thank you. Nalakai says, one of my dreams was I would have loved to see him prospect and on a sales call. And I think if that had have been, if he had have been real, but I think it would have been really helpful to us, because I don't know, do you remember when he had the group Brand Makers with Hank Norman? And in that group, and maybe he had talked about this in Rank Makers as well, because there was a lot of crossover from his free coaching Fridays to Rank Makers to all his other groups, even in Inner Circle, all of them, But Hank was saying, do a video as an assignment, like Grant Cardone closes a sale, and he would show Grant Cardone being like, being so fucking masterful. But you can't do that when you're in network marketing. You're not like having a sales call. Like you're not selling real estate or getting them to an event. Like you're trying to recruit someone. It usually takes time, follow-up. Fortune is in the follow-up and all that. And it would have been really helpful to see Ray in action. But it's because he was in 11 different multi-level marketing companies and got in at pre-launch and had built up a big, you're in there doing 11 multi-level marketing companies. You get contacts, you're more around, then you're in it pre-launch, and then you work. It's going to happen. And then all this, what they all do is when everybody gets into pre-launch or they're a founder, they feel like they have been chosen, that they're special. And then they all turn to coaching, giving you this advice that they never took themselves. They just got in at pre-launch. They give us the advice to get onto pre-launch and to do the sales call. It's like, it's so depressing because it's like it never existed. And then we wanted it to exist. The Clown Town, still thinking about Mombi Sierra calling Andrew Tate Andrew Taint. Taint is a good word. Breaking Even Communications, which is Nicole, says to Charlene, thanks so much. That means a lot. I haven't been able to hit 500 subscribers like I was hoping this last little while, but as long as someone likes it, worth it. And shout out to Breaking Even Communications. She does amazing content. She did an interview with me as well, and I was really excited about it. I felt it was the first time that I spoke about something unlike I'm speaking about it right now. It was applying what I learned about marketing and sharing it with her, she's a real marketing expert. So it was nice to have that conversation. And I know the people that my friends that watched it, they said that was really good. That was really insightful and helpful. So if you like anti-MLM content, it's a different perspective. You might really enjoy her content too. So that's definitely worth a follow. Avery Joe says, hope you had a good nap, Janet. Here, highlight you here. And this is funny because he also did in that video, it's like short form video is, it was on one of them. He goes off about saying short form video is a no brainer. It's at the top. You can't argue it. And I'm like, I can argue. I'm 2 hours and 53 minutes into arguing. Fuck. Oh shit, I'm scrolling back here. Oh, sorry. Here. Janet says, Sam, he's probably going to have them wear sashes. Oh my God, up the stripe path. Jesus Christ. Jolene says, I signed up for this training with Higdon Group once, couldn't sign into it and couldn't get access after. Somehow they ended up with my phone number. One of his coaches called me trying to sign me. Whenever there was any kind of issue too, like with the Higdon Group, Ray would lose his shit too. It's always your fault. It's not his customers support team that are overworked, or the website, which is a piece of shit, or whatever. It's something that you did. You're impatient. Why are you so impatient? If you can't log in, then just wait. You send an email and you expect us to answer it right away. It's the weekend, you guys. Like, it's so bad. Like, looking back, and I was just like, yeah, that makes so much sense. Lift Panic. Nicole says that was a great interview. And Avery Joe says, go subscribe. Thank you so much, Avery Joe, for posting Nicole's link. It's good because a lot of times it's hard to find different creators, or, you know, if you're on my video, you might find it useful and helpful. Other people that I have found useful and helpful. So it's kind of a neat way to to fucking network, right? Don't prospect any of these people. I'm just warning you there. It'll rip you a new asshole. Jolene says, I had to tell him no like 30 times and said I was more than happy with who I was already working with. I was working with you then, and they asked me who. Haha, it made him stutter. That's so fucking awesome. You had to say no 30 times because no doesn't mean no. It means not right now. Michelle says, oh, the one time he had, oh, sorry. I'm sorry about this. There's Jolene's comment. And this is Michelle's comment. Oh, the one time he had a training and people couldn't get on and he lost his shit. That was one of those ones. Oh God, I remember I took so many notes. I even used colored pens for this one. I think it was like Prospecting Summit or something like that. And it was like a webinar and you could be on live. And I guess there was such an amazing turnout that they capped out at 1,000 people or something. This is what we were told anyway. And so if you couldn't get on live, it didn't matter because it was going to be recorded and then you could access it the next day. But, you know, we're all like in a cult and they'll be like, fuck, we got to be on live. Like, it'll be so amazing. Maybe he'll answer my question. You know, like that's what the hype is. And, of course, something happened. I don't know whether they maxed out at the amount of people that they couldn't get into this fucking webinar thing for whatever reason. And then people were upset. They were naturally upset. And instead of like honoring that it's natural to be upset that a service that people paid for, you didn't provide for, you just fucking like was angry at everybody. It's your own fault. You're so entitled. Like, it's so weird. Like I didn't see all this stuff before, you know? So weird. Michelle says they oversold the seats they had available, then shamed everyone who couldn't get on, saying their negative mindset is why they weren't having success in their business. Why the fuck did we stay? Why did I stay in this group for 5 years? It's so weird hearing myself. Like, I'm almost just like Julie, like, Avery Joe's like, oof. Sam says that sounds hilarious, Michelle. And Michelle says, P.S. It was a quick dog walk. Jolene says it was a getting over your fear training, LOL. I'm so glad I never got on. Oh, I'm so glad that you didn't get on that either. I'm so glad you got out. Avery Joe says it's always the negative mindset's fault. Yes. Nicole says, don't be too hard on yourself. These people are master manipulators. And since there are small grains of truth, it's hard to dismiss them outright. That's such a great comment. And thank you. Thank you for saying that. Okay, this is what I wanted to say. This was back to his video of his free coaching, Ray's free coaching Friday, which he didn't answer Mara's, Paul's, and Lucy's questions, which we did together here. I did, and then DC did, and other people did as well. And I think we did a pretty damn good job. And then so then he does this. This is what I wanted to talk about, the religious manipulation. So if you're somebody of faith, and so this is what I find really helpful for me. And I'm thinking because of high control groups, cults, we have so many similarities. It doesn't matter if you have not been in an MLM, but you've been in another kind of cult. We learn from each other. And I found it really helpful when I see people that have not been within the MLM industry and they make anti-MLM content, and it's so good. It's so helpful. It really feels like there's people that have your back, that are fighting for you. You know, and maybe, and this is what I was thinking, because I'm not like, I don't know the Bible. I am not somebody of faith. Like, I have my own thing, you know, which it's nobody's fucking business, right? I'm not going to be talking about it. And you can if you want to, but for me, I'm not going to. But I respect anybody's belief system. And I think so coming from at it, where I've seen people that don't have the experience or the background of something speaking, kind of pointing out how awful this behavior is for another group, I think it can be powerful. So I'm putting my support for you. You know, you're of faith, you're actually a Christian that doesn't want to be spoken down to and manipulated. And what you see going on right now, where people are being manipulated, and it really hurts you, and it's fucking wrong. And if my voice can at all help others see that, then so be it, you know? So anyway, this is what I wanted to share about what I know about Ray, what many of us do since being involved in Rank Makers for 5 years, and also 100K Inner Circle coaching for a year. He says, you want to, so this is how this is just substitute multi-level marketing for religion. He says in this video, you want to know why some people have been at this thing for 20 to 30 years and they're feeling good or whatever? He's talking to this pastor. But then they see someone else come in to Christ, and in a year, they're like healing people, delivering people, traveling the world, doing amazing things, traveling the world, getting to speak on stages, crossing stages, being on podcasts. You could put that in there. So this is the exact same fucking narrative that he says about multi-level marketing. You want to know why some people have been at this thing, this multi-level marketing, at this network marketing thing, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years. And then they're feeling good or whatever, but they really love the community. They love their products. But then they see someone else just come in, and in a year, they're traveling to all these places. They're at the top of their comp plan. Well, how's that work? They're interchangeable. This is a script. We've all heard this script. He then quotes this pastor of saying, if you dropped rice, it's so fucking horrible. If you drop a bag of rice in Florida, where Ray lives, Naples, Florida, I believe, what would happen? And he would say, well, it would rot. It would sit there and bake in the sun, whatever. If you drop that same bag of rice in Vietnam, what would happen? Well, all these people would come running out and grab it and run home and eat it. That's why I'm like, fucking ILT that. He wants it to ILT that on TikTok. Do that one. And then he says, he's hungry. Are you hungry to work as hard on your faith as an multi-level marketing company? He's like, well, he's hungry. There's a difference between him that got to the top of his network marketing company. He decided to go all in. He took his business seriously. He decided to go for 20 no's a day. You see these people that have been at this thing for 20, 30 years. Then somebody else just comes in a year, and they're suddenly delivering people, healing people, traveling all over the world. It's because I'm hungry. Like, who the fuck talks like this? I think of my mom, who was raised like Catholic, right? Like, you just go to some church. I'm like, what the fuck? He's selling a multi-level marketing thing with this weird religion thing. So he's like, who works as hard on your faith like this? So then he says, if he's reading a book and he doesn't understand it, he's not going to teach it. Really? The Bible? Because previously, too, I'll just point out this contradiction for anybody who's happening to watch this part of it, this segment, is there's 2 lines that he was working with a pastor or a mentor, that he was at it for an hour. 2 lines, he couldn't understand it, because he's not going to teach something he doesn't understand. However, if he's reading a book and he doesn't understand it, he's not going to teach it. In the next breath, ILT the Bible. He is reading a book. He doesn't understand it, and he will teach it. Dude doesn't know how to fucking define a pyramid scheme. Look at Aaron B's video. That train wreck. Holy fucking shit. It's not even funny. It's depressing. Like, fuck. I almost feel bad for him. that it's so fucking bad. Okay, doing it. So he's doing it with the Bible. A lot of people, he says, a lot of people aren't hungry but needy. So then he goes into this whole thing of shame. A lot of people aren't hungry, they're just needy. They're not hungry like him that's going to work really hard on his faith. I think of like, but they're needy. So he says, I'm going to hit you with a proverb. This is what Avery Joe, you were like, I'm going to hit you with a proverb. So he's going to hit you with a proverb. I'm going to hit you with a fucking potato. Ugh, you're fucking hungry. You're not hungry. You're needy. You want to point out my contradictions? I don't fucking care. You're a hater. You're a demon. My heels are itchy. Fuck you. But I don't swear anymore because I'm fucking better than you, right? Let me hit you with another one. Quote something else. The needy are needing, but they aren't diligent. They're not really hungry. Diligent. Diligent in their mindset, diligent in their work. I'm like, I work with people with developmental disabilities. Can you imagine? You're sitting there, you know, taking people out, going to walk around the fucking lake. People that don't have nonverbal communication. You're like, you're not diligent in your mindset. You're fucking needy. You're not hungry. Who the fuck does this apply to? The general population? Wealthy businessmen who want to provide a legacy for their family. Or people in network marketing who are also have faith, a belief system that are somehow caught in Ray's sphere of influence right now. That's who it is, where this is appealing. This kind of contemptuous preaching is appealing to. And this is the opening. This is what's on public. So it does get worse, you know, when you think of like, this is the best face, you know, the public, and then how you get in, and then the mask slips, and then it gets worse. I'm going to hit you with a proverb. Let me hit you with another one. You should substitute, I will hit you with a potato, and then I will hit you with another potato. He would recruit more people that way. Free Coaching Friday is now religious, so I was waiting for that. The realtor story, he talks about, oh my God, he does that whole, he tells this fucking realtor story again. If you're a rank maker, you've heard this one too. He had a buddy. Is this Dale from Sacramento or Amy from Alabama or whatever that was making $200,000 a year? And Ray said, you should sell a course. And the guy's like, I don't know how to make a course because I'm not making $1 million a year. And he says, you don't have to make a course for the people that are making millions of dollars a year. You're making a course to sell houses for people that make less than you. And it's supposed to be this mic drop moment. 6 fucking years this guy is telling the same story. Oh my God. We've heard it. And now everybody's fucking hearing it. Everybody knows that you're still saying the same thing. And so then he goes off into that. This is Free Coaching Friday, which is supposed to be about growing your network marketing business. Then he says, how many people would like to lose 20 pounds? You lost 20 pounds. You could help the previous version of yourself and tell somebody, this is how I lost 20 pounds. Right into the fucking body shaming. So aside from saying all the things, I mean, maybe you have to spell it out for people. I think it is important to say this. The reason why it's not okay to tell people how to lose 20 pounds is because you don't know where people are at. You don't know if they've had an eating disorder. You don't know what their issues are. You don't know if they have any kind of food allergies or sensitivities. You don't know what their work schedule or life schedule is like. You don't know if they're what kind of athlete they are, if they're training for something, if they live at altitude or not. You don't know if losing weight would be the worst thing that maybe they need to gain weight. But it's just like losing weight is good. Losing weight is good. Being skinny is good. Being less than who you are is good. This is intense. I hope this is okay. It's really bad. It's really heavy. And it's challenging to talk about because I can tell, I mean, it's like the energy gets sucked out of you like a vampire. But it's important to get this information out there. And this will be on Facebook too. So, hi guys. Hi everyone. My name's Julie Anderson. Thank you so much for being here. Happy Monday. Happy New Year. You have your goal set. I'm so happy you're here. Today I'm going to teach you something I learned from my mentor. I'm going to do something called ILT. It's called Invest, Learn, Teach. And you can do this too. Hall Jones says, what did you do job-wise before getting into MLM? Why did you initially join? This is a really good question. I was a triathlon coach. And I was doing triathlon for, like, I think it was like 13 years. And then I got like mentally and physically burned out. And then I didn't want to coach anymore because my, like, everything, like the passion, just everything died in me. I just needed a break. And so I was looking for work. And I had found work, but not enough work. I was like a home visit facilitator with a low literacy foundation. I did pick up contract work later on after I got into MLM, but I was looking for work. Trying to go on, getting on interviews, not getting any work. And I'm like, oh, maybe I could make some extra money this way. I initially purchased the product because I wanted my hair to look good and grow. And then I joined because I wanted to make some extra money. I wanted to make an extra $40. That was my thing. I'm like, if I can make $40, like $40 just here and there, not even $40 a month, just like $40 here and there. I'll have some shampoo in my gym bag. Someone will ask about my hair. I can just sell it. I didn't know about recruiting and all that until it started happening because I was one of the first people in my area. Thank you for that. That's important to know the setup, the background before I got in. It was 3 or 4 months after I was in Mon8, then I joined Rank Makers, and I never ranked up after joining Rank Makers. I lost rank. In the 5 years I was within Rank Makers, and I did every fucking thing. Did live video every day for 3.5 years, held up as an example of what to do, prospecting, all these people, following up. It's because I was in a pyramid scheme. Michelle says, I clung so tightly to those slivers of truth. Jolene. LOL, thanks for reading through my spelling mistakes. I'm typing too fast. Nicole from Breaking Even says, such great community here, but gotta go. See y'all next time or in the replay comments. Bye. Thank you for being on here. This is long. I know it's super long. Thank you so much. I really respect your time, and it's long. Any amount of time on here is good. So you come and go as you please. Charlene says, that bag of rice story sounded privileged as fuck. Yes. It really did. And just the way he's describing people running out from the Vietnamese people running out on the street to be so grateful to grab a bag of rice and run home and eat it. Are you fucking kidding me? And Avery Joe, why a bag of rice of all things? That's a really good question. It had to be it couldn't be a cheeseburger. Really fucking interesting, isn't it? Sam says, you would get told to tidy up in Naples. Yep. Charlene says, the city of Naples would say, clean that shit up from the street. Hall says, and give you a ticket for littering. Janet says, the whole comparing yourself to others is so foreign to me and always has been. It is a narcissistic behavioral trait. And it happened. And you know what? We take on these traits when we're in the multi-level marketing industry. We are always competing and comparing ourselves. And you have to, in order to survive in that business model, even though it's phrased as empowering and supporting each other. But it's competing and comparing. When you'd recruit, if you were talking to somebody and they're like, I'd like to sign up as a market partner under you. But they had a conversation with your upline, a few months ago or something, your upline would lose their shit. It'd be like, you can't poach my fucking client. Like they talk to me first. Like they own you. Even when you're not even in as a customer, it's like, no. I talk to them first. You hands off. That is unethical. There's like that piece too. It's really weird. Charlene says, I wonder if his bad interpretation of a pyramid scheme was intentional or he really is that misinformed. That's the question I want to know. I really want to know that. Because that says so much. Like, if you really believe, like, if he knows what he's doing, and I think he does. I think he knows what he's doing. There's just decades of this fucking behavior, you know? I don't want to believe it. Who wants to believe that of someone? You think, oh God, surely to God. People can't fucking believe. There's all this evidence, all this stuff that's going on. And people are already just now seeing him for the first time. They're like, I want to believe that he's found God. You know, that's just that. Then there's all this other shit, you know? I hope he wakes up. I don't know if he can. I don't know. Avery Joe says, I don't swear anymore because I'm better than you. Yeah, sounds about right. I'm better than you. I pray for you. He's praying for us all. Not. Fuck. I'm gonna fucking ride that one. I should have put low vibration on here too. Fuck. Everyone that vibrates at a low vibration, say hey. Hi, Hunter. Michelle says, Charlene, he was reading a verse that said the slacker craves. So he went into a huge spiel of how it was so disrespectful to Christ and called him a slacker. Charlene says, Michelle, that is so weird. Just like everything else, he preaches it, goes against everything I learned all my life as a Christian. And see, this is the thing. Like, so you're raised as a Christian. This is your faith. This is your life. It's not about showing up diligently. Like, do you work diligently as a Christian? Like, you don't need to answer this. I'm just kind of being like asking a rhetorical. So it's like, but the way he does this free coaching Friday, like as a Christian, are you like contemptuous of the needy? Like, do you need to make a distinction between the needy and the hungry, and you need to work diligently on your mindset? Is that what goes on? Like, I know that's not what goes on. How is this okay? You know? Avery Joe says, don't apologize. It's a lot to talk about. Janet says, hey, Hunter, my love. Sam says, it's better out than in, Julie. Thank you. Thank you so much. This community is really special. And it's every comment helps someone. I know that's what I went to when I first got out. Anti-MLM Reddit, reading the comments, and then comments of YouTube videos, just seeing how people saw me. You know, people that were in Mon 8, people that were in MLMs. I'm like, learning, oh, this is what, oh my God, you're unpacking, you're deprogramming. It's weird. Why do people in MLMs always talk so loud on their lives? I think it's the fake. We're taught and we feel, and we look at it like to each other, that, oh, this person is so powerful. Their energy is so good. Like, they're really somebody I'd want to sign up with. So they confuse being loud with being motivational and positive. Loud equals positive. Fuck. Michelle says, it really does go against all the teachings. Granted, limited, I have learned as well. Avery Joe says, Charlene, they always yell, don't they? Ray's going to lose his shit at some point. It's boiling. That fucking pot is going to boil over. Charlene says, Michelle, I've had a lot of Bible study in my 54 years, but I'm Episcopalian. I hope I said that right. So I guess that's the difference. No prosperity nonsense. Oliver Jones. Hall Jones, my recruit. Mine. It's true. My own, my precious. And Michelle says, intentional misinformation. Sam says he's manipulating people. And Michelle says, buzz. Okay. I'll see. I have one more story here that I wrote down. And I did do a live video on this before, but I think it'd be good to talk about now. Kind of like all in one video. And then if you have any other questions or just want to talk about another topic, please do. And then can like wrap this baby up. Emma says, or not, if not, we can just keep on going too, because I got all the time now. I got time and money freedom. I have so much money. I've got $20. I'm like, you know what? Where am I going to spend this $20 today? I'm going to buy StreamYard. It was $25, I think. Emma says, top MLM leaders often seem to me to be really quick to anger. Yes. There's a real defensiveness too. You cannot criticize and you cannot question. It's just attack. It's like a real like self-righteousness too. I think this is what ends up like you end up becoming this, even if you don't want to. There's people that are good, there are people that are all, and some people they're like that and they wake up and they realize and they get out. But I think the business model like makes it that way, People need to take accountability for their actions for sure. I don't want to give them, carte blanche or whatever off. But Charlene says, as a Christian, I've learned you always lift up others in need. The goal is to emulate Christ's selflessness and faith. My style of Christianity is way more about walking the walk, not talking the talk. Thank you for sharing that. And that's what I've observed too with people of faith is it's selfless. It's not like talking about how great you are. There was a part in that free coaching video too. I mean, it was easy for me to take notes and transcribe. I did it for 5 years. I'm like, fuck, I'm good at this, right? He had a conversation. He has a story of a woman, how he saved another woman. It's like, he's talking a story of a woman he met a woman that was sabotaging herself. Any network marketing coach that asks if you're coachable or says that you're sabotaging yourself, run. Any network marketing coach, period. But those two words, run. Transformation and sabotage or sabotaging, run. So he says that she was sabotaging herself around money. What the fuck does that mean? It means she watched too much of The Secret and listened to too much Bob Proctor, was probably in too many MLMs and lost a lot of money and thought, how the fuck do you sabotage yourself around money? And then he said he had one conversation with her and boom, she was like, fuck off. You gotta fucking talk about how good you are all the time. Like, this is how fucking good. I have a story to tell you about how fucking good I was. You guys aren't even going to believe this. I just was fucking at this event. It was in Nashville. And I'm such a shit talker. And I fucking went up to this guy. And this guy had been sabotaging himself around his fucking money mindset for 17 years. And so I asked him, I'm like, what's holding you back? And fuck like that. He just fucking got it. I work with performance-based teams to like increase their revenue. Blah, 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 blah. Like, fuck. That's what he says. He's like putting this into. Emma, I wonder if it's because they've had to suppress so many natural emotions on the way to the top to maintain the positive mindset. When you have to keep the peace externally, it costs you internally. That's a really good observation. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely suppression of emotions. Ray would teach, which also was like, I think it's like there's a similarity between Keith Raniere as well and Nexium, to schedule the time you want to feel sorry for yourself or feel down or negative. So from 2 to 3:30 p.m., I'm going to feel bad about myself and then I'm going to get back to work. If you have the luxury to feel bad about yourself, then schedule it in your day. It's one of the ways. That's one of the ways of manipulation that we ate up. And I thought it was like so amazing. Oh, I wanted just to go back here to your comment to say about suppressing. And then when you have to keep the peace. And there's also like a defensiveness. Yeah, that's a really good question, Emma. I don't know. That's cool. Thank you for this. This is awesome conversation. Lauren says, I had to leave for a little bit. And I'm laughing that you're still going. I'm like still going. Somebody else is consistent as fuck too, right? I learned so much. I did learn a lot from Ray. Like, oh, fuck. Michelle says to Charlene, this is my understanding too. Kirsten says, is that to see if you are easily manipulated? Oh, I'm sorry. Can you elaborate if you want, and if you're still here, can you elaborate on what you mean? Because when I go off and I'm answering a question, I'll forget what I'm talking about. And I want to make sure to do my best to answer your question because you're on here. And I really appreciate your time. Surely this Gen X toxic trait is shit talking, as is passive aggressive. And that's why you can't bullshit a bullshitter. I had my head up my ass for 5 years. It's fucking out now. And now I'm ready. Life with Nicole, Marie and Gary says, hello, everyone. Hello. And, just about coachable. Yes. Okay, I'm going to go back here. Kirsten had asked, is that to see if you are easily manipulated? Just about coachable. And it's also, I think it's to see if you are easily manipulated, that you're going to be agreeable to taking on their coaching advice. And you're not where you want to be. So you could do better off on your own. Go for it. Look at how those results were, what your activity, the results that has netted you. So if you're not coachable, you're not going to follow the clues that people have laid before you and rub elbows with the millionaires that are at our next event. You're going to lose. You're a loser, right? They also say, are you coachable when you're still in it, to get you to change your behavior to get in line with what the cult wants you to behave like? So kind of one example of this, which it's not like, I don't know, maybe because I was in this group, I'm like thinking every example has to be like this like ginormous thing, but it was like something that was small. Maybe it is big, I don't know. But it was during one of the 14-day challenges. It actually is a big deal, and I'll come to think of it. And I was posting a lot on TikTok by this point. And I was still like being shit on for doing that. And what I noticed is that if I posted a lot on Facebook, way more than what Ray suggested, which was 1 to 2 times a day, because I got on in 2017, and the people I was around, my audience or whatever, I wasn't just posting multi-level marketing content. I was posting a lot of different content. I love to make content. And I noticed I was posting a shit ton, like, way more than 1 to 2. Like I could be like 7 to 8 times a day or more. I was making a whole bunch of TikToks. So I just like put them onto Facebook too, and not on, I think this was before stories. I'm not sure. Maybe it wasn't, maybe stories existed then too. And I was putting them in stories too, but I was making a lot of posts as well. And during one of the 14-day challenges, when Ray was reviewing one of the videos that I had either won money for, or it was like an honorable mention, he was like, you've got to stop posting so many times a day on Facebook. Like, what this had to do with me creating live videos is nothing. It's because he teaches you can only post 1 to 2 times a day on Facebook because that's what the algorithm likes, blah, blah, blah. But I had proof, again, that not listening to him and listening to my instincts and doing what the fuck I wanted was actually getting me different results. I was getting a lot of attention. I was getting way more followers. Yes, I'm in a cult. Yes, I'm in network marketing, but I wasn't listening to him. I wasn't being coachable. But when he said that, I'm like, okay, I'll do whatever you say. So then I stopped, and then I just did 1 to 2 a day. And like a little piece of me died inside because I like to create content. And it didn't fucking matter. Nothing changed. But then I got like a compliment the next time. It was like, she was coachable. She took the advice, and now look at, she gets my approval publicly. Thank you for that question. Michelle, and every time you have a thought that's negative, create a trigger that gets you to work instead. His suggestion was go prospect 10 people. If you're feeling sad, if you have had something horrible happen in your life and you want to grieve or something, go prospect 10 people, go take action. Now, I'm not saying, this is what he'd say, I'm not saying to suppress it. I'm saying, you know what, feel it, but then go take action. It's like that suppression. It's next to the definition of edification, which is underneath the pipeline. And curiously enough, underneath the potato as well. Kirsten's like when you said they ask if you are coachable. I hope that, did that help, Kirsten? Thank you for elaborating. Shirley's like passive aggressive for the whim. I'm like an iceberg. I mean, we're either over 50 or we're fucking pushing 50. We've got this shit down to a science now. Jolene is like, when I was on Facebook, there was a lady who posted on sales page that didn't allow MLMs, and people were asking about where the product was from. And did I get in shit when I said Amway? I poked the bear. Woo! You did. The Amway is the big bear. Charlene was like, I only use my Gen X powers for good now, though. Good job. Yeah. I try to, so I just can't help. I like to I do for good, but sometimes I like to, like, you know, I can't help it. I am what I am. Jolene is like, and did she send me some nasty private messages after? Yes, she did. Life with Nicole, Marie and Gary. When I tell people I take no shit, Gen X don't play, the person just loses it. It's funny too. It's almost like you're like, I don't give a fuck. Or another trigger, like this one is a big trigger. Like, oh my God. Or apathy. Oh. I like to do that every once in a while. Okay. Janet says, Charlene, I use my Gen X smartass powers all the time. Sam is like, so it's as if you are malleable, Julie. God, that's so accurate. And there's truth in this too, because I came from an endurance athlete background and I love to do triathlons, and you need to be coachable. It's not in the way that Ray teaches or the multi-level marketing industry teaches. It's that you're working with a coach, and it's up to the coach to devise a program that works for the athlete, which you can apply to anything. There is not one template of like, you have to do a daily live video every day for 14 days and you do all this. And you guys, if you can't even do this for 14 days, you're on day 3. This is when he loses shit. You're only on day 3 and you can't even stick for 14 days. And day 3, you want to give up. This is what is happening in your life. This is why you can't lose weight. This is why your relationships suck, is because you can't even stick with this for doing 14 days. And you say you want to grow a network marketing business. This is him going off, you know? In the real world, coaching, devising a program for someone, it's about working with them. They're driving the coaching program, not the fucking coach. The coach has to adapt to the athlete, to the person. So it's like, are you coachable? I'm going to help you. I'm going to push you. I'm not going to beat you down into submission and make you feel like shit and with contempt and shame and intimidation and weaponizing followers. It's about you feel empowered and good and you've done it on your own, and the coach doesn't take any fucking credit because it's because of the athlete. This, in the multi-level marketing industry, within rank makers, it's all about give me all the credit for everything. Even if you have done something outside of it, this group or anything, it's all because of me, because of my vibrations. They're so high. The manifestation, the coaches, just the affiliation with us, it's all due to us. Outside, are you coachable? It's like, okay, you're going to be training for this race. And it's like, I know this long run is going to suck, but you got to get it done. It can also look like, you want to swim faster. You just like tanked on your swim and you like didn't hit your splits and you're like crying, you want to swim faster. Well, you got to fucking swim faster. It's like, that's tough love coaching, not beating you down and swearing at you. Like, not helping you. But he can't coach because he's not a coach, because he never actually had success in a business, because it's a pyramid scheme, which he thinks is a Ponzi scheme. Kirsten says, wow, interesting. Thank you. That makes sense. Great. Good. And Charlene says, Janet is a survival skill. Jolene says, haha, Charlene, I laughed so hard right before I blocked her. And Janet says, Charlene, definitely. Here, good. Kirsten says, I figure skate and I feel that you have to swallow your pride sometimes and do what the coach says or recommends because you think it will better you in the long run. Yeah, that's a great way to explain it too. You have to swallow your pride, but you trust them and they're not doing something that's harming you. It's like are you coachable? But in the multi-level marketing industry and in rank makers, it's like you do as I say and you do not question. And if you do, you're a terrible person. And you're a loser. Like it's so much, it's just, it's black and white thinking, you know? Stevie says the level of fat phobia and white supremacy in these groups is something that really boggles the mind. It's true. It's so fucking bad. I'm going to be unpacking this stuff for years. I know I was in for 5 years, so I've only been out a year. I'm still, just the haze is starting to clear out. I'm going to be like making connections and we all are, you know, and I really appreciate so many of you being on here for this length of time. Kirsten says, so that makes sense. Thank you for adding that about the figure skating too. Charlene says, I'm so glad for the company this afternoon. Today is my last day of my holiday break and back to work tomorrow. Oh, good. Well, I hope you had a good last day. This is nice to relax and hang out. I'll tell one more story, and then if there's any more questions, we can talk, and then I'll wrap it up. And I'll catch up with these comments too. Michelle says, I teach inclusive ed, and it's back at it tomorrow. And Kirsten says, I feel like the word vibrations is a red flag too. I agree. Oh my God, the vibrations. Oh, fuck. I can give I'll watch anything, any video now I just see, and I'm like, just fucking looking, and I'm like, oh, there we go. Profit, pipeline, performance-based. All these people have had training using the word P recently. Him and Bob Heilig, we're all using the word P. I swear to God, they must have attended a mastermind, and they're using the word P. So I'm like, okay, there's that. Then I see, because it's like you've seen all this shit for 5 years, and it's like, oh, now there's like one small word that's been replaced. You're like, oh, okay, this is where it's going now. Oh, God. Jen, she says, they don't mean coachable. What they want is manipulatable. Yeah. Yep. Charlene says, that's awesome that you do that, Michelle. And Charlene says, in MLM, coachable equals able to be manipulated. If you're happening to watch this at whatever time, you've happened to come in at this time and you're seeing this conversation, I just want you to see that there are a lot of people that are having open conversations about this. And it can be really, really uncomfortable to even want to talk to your upline or a sideline. You might feel like you have nobody to talk to. And just showing you that there is a whole world outside of Facebook and rank makers and your multi-level marketing company where people don't come at you, where you can speak frankly and you can be yourself. You can be authentic. You're not going to be shamed for being who you are. You can fucking swear. You don't have to swear. You can be of faith. You don't have to be of faith. You can be authentically who you are, which is what they try to sell in multi-level marketing, be authentic, but it isn't. You don't want to be too political. You don't want to be too religious. You can be you. And there are people here that, don't know each other. Some people do, and it's nice. And you can have these conversations and laugh and heal and connect. And there is community outside of all this. It's different. It doesn't look the same, but that's okay. Kirsten says, I'm so glad you got out. What was your final straw or when it clicked? This was a hard one because there wasn't like a final piece. There was like somebody had said it earlier. It was like a bunch of red flags, a bunch of things that added up. And it took me 1.5 years of like really questioning. 1.5 years of really questioning before I actually woke up. As the pieces started to, or as like the red flags started to become more and more apparent, I started to critically think more and more. I started to see more and more. What it felt like was like an acceleration of awareness, where it took me 1.5 years of questioning, like that's wrong. And then but I'm still in, but this is also wrong. Like, why the fuck would he talk to me about, why would he make a fucking live video about me like that? Why is he not paying me for my TikTok course? What the fuck is going on here? Why is all these people at Monet being baptized? All these little pieces of information. And then over time, it was enough of them happened. This is what it felt like for me. Enough of them occurred that it was like a rush, almost like this waterfall of awareness, where it was all of a sudden then I understood. But it took all these little pieces before it was able to unleash this awareness. And so around that time of that acceleration was The last big thing was Ray made his first piece of content about me without saying my name in Rank Makers because I stopped doing daily live videos. And then I had people who work for him reach out to me in private messages. That was kind of, there had been shit going on before that, but that was kind of like the last thing of that. And that kind of really propelled me into momentum away from multi-level marketing with Mon8. That Monations had their event Monations, and it was in September, I think, 2021. But because of that last kind of straw with Rank Makers, that was the last day I went into Rank Makers, was when he did that video about me. I was like, fuck you. I still fucking respected him, but I was like, fuck you. You're not getting my view, right? And that made me start to look at anti-MLM content. And I started to look at anti-MLM Reddit. And I started to look at, then like closer to Monations around there, I watched Lula Rich, the documentary. So if I had to say one kind of thing that really started it, was when Ray did that live video about me. I guess that would be it. And then it kind of everything all happened, because then I saw Monations was super religious and weird, which had never been like that before. And I didn't want to have a part of that. It was a weird kind of Christianity too. And then I was taking in anti-MLM content, learning what I'd been a part of. Thank you for that question. That's really good. Sam says he has a giant red flag over his head at all times. And Michelle says him and Bob must have mended their playground spat. I don't know if they have or not. Did Bob, this is what I wanted to know. Was Bob the one that Ray would always talk about in Rank Makers, about the guy that he had trained? He had been into MLMs that had shut down. And then he had never done online videos. And then Ray taught him how to do online videos or training course. And then he made his first $1 million. And then he went out and he started training, and he was on a podcast and he was passing off the training that he had learned from Ray as if it was his own. Is that the fucking guy? Is that because we heard that story 1 million times too. I'm like, oh really? Like he fucking plagiarized you? Like, who did you fucking plagiarize from? Is he fucking mad about Bob? Oh my God. Bob is just as bad. Fuck you, Bob. Fuck you, and you're shaming women. He shames women, and then by saying that they're shaming women. Fuck, he's such an idiot. I don't like Bob either. Emma says, because of my vibrations is a great catch-all phrase. Why did you sleep in, not go? Say that. It's because of my vibrations. Bob Heilig is another network marketing coach. He has been billed as kind of like a kinder version of Ray or whatever. He was trained by Ray. He did like a mastermind with Ray or whatever. And he's a real piece of work too. He likes to use the word P, like the P words. And he can't answer a fucking question if his life depended on it. And it's always about selling another course. It's the same shit. It's the same. It's fucking like Ray diluted, you know? I bet you he's got some religious stuff going on in there too. But when he came on my radar, it was when there was somebody, and it was a woman that had said something like, but you're saying research is important to do. Like looking at the other side of an issue is important. It was something like that. And he was a fucking asshole on this reel he made. He says, anybody that dares to, dispute or go against the multi-level marketing industry, it's the same shit, right? Like you're a hater. He says like you're like Jerry Springer. He just goes off, and then he says you're shaming women. I'm like, the fucking irony. Bob shaming a woman, accusing her of shaming women for daring to fucking criticize him. Fuck you, Bob. Michelle says to Emma, I blame my vibrations. I really like this conversation about vibrations. Michelle says, 2 years to fully extract myself, even when I knew shit I was seeing was so wrong. This is important too. So I feel like people that are waking up in Rank Makers now, it's going to be like 1.5 years or 2 years for them too, maybe. Although when we were in, there wasn't this level of scrutiny. There was not like all these creators, like, making content about him and like being aware of it. And we were in like fucking Rank Makers. Like people knew who we were. People know who Michelle was. She was the reality show winner, you know? We were on stage with Ray. Janet's like, it's the final countdown. Karina, hello. How are you doing? You have a YouTube channel, right? Am I following you? Fuck, I'm gonna have to follow you. If there's somebody that I'm not subscribed to, I'm sorry. I'm a dipshit sometimes, and I'm not. I gotta get my ass in gear. But if you are a creator on here, anti-MLM, I assume, I'm pretty sure, please go follow Karina as well. And I need to check out your account. Maybe I am already. But hi, this is my first time catching one of your lives. This is a long one. We've been going at it for 3 hours and 44 minutes. Part of me is kind of like, because when on that free coaching Friday, Ray had said short form video is like the number one. It's like at the top of the pyramid. It's like the best. There's like nothing else better. You can't argue that. So I'm like, challenge accepted. Okay, Michelle's like, Bob used to shit talk him, and he shit talked Bob. Well, now I'm shit talking them both. Oh, God. Oh, they're big time mad though. Sam's like, do they all plagiarize each other? Yes, they do. They totally do. He's like, Bob sounds like an asshole. Janet says, pot meat kettle. I'm also an asshole, but I don't have a problem admitting it. Karina is like, yes, I do. LOL. No worries. There's a ton of us. It happens. Well, good. That's good. Yeah, there are a ton of us. And I know there's, I'll see somebody that pops up when I'm scrolling through, like I'll search for anti-MLM. Like, I haven't seen this creator before. This is so cool. How have I not come across this person before? So, okay. Michelle says, haha, keep it going. Exactly. And part of me too, it's like, I think it's powerful to see when you show up powerfully. When you see somebody that is breaking all the rules, that is doing something different, it can show you that it's okay, you know, even if you're still within and you start making content in a different way than what somebody else tells you to do, you know, that can end up being somebody's way out. But I think it's important to do this shit, like going against what you're told, especially by these network marketing gurus, because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They really don't. They've got some good advice here and there. It's not fucking life-saving. I mean, come on. You know, it's not life-saving. It's not where you're in tears and in so much gratitude, like you're like crumbling at the knees in gratitude for something that a network marketing coach has taught you. That's cult. No coach in their fucking right mind would want their client, to talk about them that way. That's like, you want people to feel that, and it's really fucking wrong. That's not empowering, you know? Jolene says, I love these lives. It goes from heavy to hilarious. It's all over the map. Fuck. Michelle says, we're finally getting to express all the emotions we suppressed in MLM. It'll be like, we're still going 24 hours later. She's still on Facebook. She's fucking talking about you again. Free coaching Friday. How to deal with videos that are on going too long, and how to forgive the haters. Fuck. I can't even stop. I just learned StreamYard today, and I'm like, okay, I had to come up with some, this is the serious side. I had to come up with some banners anyway. It's one big circle jerk, says Janet. Sam says, there's more and more anti-MLM creators all the time, which is brilliant. Yes. And I just wanted to say again, it does not matter how many followers you have on whatever platform you're on. You're not a small, this is my interpretation. There is no such thing as a small creator and a big creator. You have an amount of subscribers or followers. You're not small. You're not big. You're a person, and your story and your perspective is so important. It's so valuable. I can't tell you how many, it doesn't matter how many followers you have. Your story, it's like, so many stories have helped me, you know, and it's, the numbers mean nothing. You know, the numbers mean shit. Like the numbers mean a lot when you're in the multi-level marketing industry. It's all about that peacocking. Outside, it's not like that. And So please, if you do decide to start speaking out, or you're, you know, and you don't have to, and you can always change your mind too. But numbers mean shit. It's your voice. That's what this is about. And you're not alone. Karina's like, I'm an asshole too, Wendy. Yay. Charlie says MLM is a parallel universe. It is. It absolutely is. And Charlene says the public opinion on MLMs is starting to take a turn, and more people are becoming aware of the grift. Mad props to all the creators. Absolutely. It's been absolutely agree with this. When somebody, you know, calls you a hater, this is the thing. You can get away with that, you know, when there was very few people that were speaking out. But we have lives. We're members of our communities. We have a lot of we have fucking networks of people who know us. So when some fucking dude in Florida is calling me a demon, it's like, who the fuck is this guy, Julie? Like, what the fuck? It's like, yeah, this is what I was a part of for 5 years. You can't get away with this shit. You can't just like be throwing these things out there and expect nobody to say anything. The world is a different place now. And all these people, it's all these voices, all these like drops of water in the ocean. We're all in the fucking ocean together. My friend is like, all the drops are going to get in the river, and the river's going to flow. It's going to get into the ocean, and it's going to be a tsunami, and it'll take all these fuckers out. I was like, I like that analogy. But well, a lot of these creators have come before me and have really helped me as well. They've been there for me. And so thank you so much. And I hope that I can hope to pay it forward as well, because we're all in this together. Michelle's like vanity metrics. Yeah, Karina, I agree. If you have a passion for it, just do it. The more the merrier, especially if you speak something other than English. We need to shut them down in all languages. Yes. Sam says every perspective is unique and helps to open up the dialogue. Yes, these are such great conversations. You never had this, you know, when you'd be doing a live like on Facebook or something when I was in multi-level marketing, you were supposed to be so grateful if you got like anything, and like you had no conversation because everybody could see through what you were trying to do. Everybody knew I was trying to ultimately recruit them into Mon8. I have no idea how people are still my friends. I'm so sorry. I was trying to like fucking offer value and all this stuff, but like that's why I was doing it. Like I wanted to fucking recruit you. Okay, just like Scientology, more and more people see the fuckery that goes on and they're not okay with it. Janet says, we need every voice. If you want to create content, just start. Just hit record. But if you don't, we still need everyone. This is such an awesome, beautiful comment. Oh, I hope if you're watching this, you've landed on this part of the video and you're like, I'm going to, yes. This is exactly it. Sam says, my dog Igor is watching too. Hi, Igor. And Charlie says, you can't have a convo when everyone thinks exactly the same. That's true. See, it's something that's really obvious, but because most of the people that were on the videos would be other network marketers, we're all looking at each other. Oh, you did so amazing. Oh, you did too. Janet says, it's never too many until the last MLM is shut down. Charlene says, I wish I had more time to make content. I always have a lot to say. But you know what? This is my take. I think that comments are content creation. And I feel the same way about this on TikTok as well. There's a lot of, so on TikTok, when somebody leaves a comment, it can be like voted up and, you know, you can have a video reply to it. And it can be really, it is content on its own. And your content, your comments are really insightful and valuable. And they connect a lot of us creators, and it's really powerful. So and your content is really good too, but your comments are a part of it. That's what I think. So thank you. I have more real content in the drawing board. Woo! I can't wait to see it. Janet says, whenever you want to or have time, love your perspective, Charlene. Karina says, I am by no means a professional, but if anyone needs advice to start, I'll be happy to pass on what other creators passed on to me. And this is what happens when you leave and you go out. There's no strings. There's no like, I'm going to do this for you, and then I hope you do this for me. It's actually just genuine. Like, okay, here, this is what you do. It's helpful. It's really hard coming out of these high control groups because we're so used to being so grateful. I'm so sorry I'm sending you this message. Oh my God, I know you're so busy, and you've, or I can't even believe you responded to me. It's like, no, it's okay. But I was like that too when I first got out. So it's just kind of giving you a show. Like, this is the real world. It's okay. We're here. We're here for you. And fuck off if you're an asshole, but stay if you're good. If you're coming out to be an asshole and you're like shedding the assholeness, that's okay. We got you. No emotional manipulation though. No, my company is slightly different than yours. There's boundaries too. Help you set good fucking boundaries. And Charlene says, thank you, Janet. Sam says, they're like ducks in an echo chamber. I can hear ducks like echoing. It'd be cool if I had like an audio, like a sound effect for that. That would be rad. Jolene says, random thought in my head. If social media was gone tomorrow, would rank makers be gone? Would MLMs be gone? Yeah, rank makers would be. No more live videos, because that's such a good point. Especially Facebook. That's the home. Everybody's on most, like that whole, there's like evangelical Christians, I think, that are the now target market, and then multi-level marketing. But behind all that are people on Facebook. And a lot of these people aren't on other social media platforms. They might be on, they'll be on some, but they're really familiar and comfortable with Facebook. And you can't change that behavior overnight. They're on Facebook. He has to be on Facebook. He built it on Facebook. He's fucked. Karina says, I'm always available to translate from English to Spanish to assist with anyone's content. Oh, thank you for that. Charlene, I love debunking them with their own words. With Jessie Lee Ward, the content never ends. Yeah, and she's like following that same trajectory Ray is too with the coaching. I wonder if she would make Boss Lee Makers. It's like fucking Rank Makers 2.0, but it's Boss Lee doing a live video every day. Be like, I know how this story ends. Fuck. This is like, I could sell the blueprint. Profit blueprint. It's like the blueprint to fucking potate your profit. How to milk people, and she'll create an inner circle. She probably already does have an inner circle. They all do the same thing. Karina says, same, Charlene. It's my favorite thing ever. Janet says, Jolene, I don't think MLMs would be gone. I mean, Amway and Mary Kay lasted a long time before social media. Good point. Charlene says, Jolene, I think the ones that have been around before social media would survive. The others would struggle. I love that what the word corrected to is beige. It's so good. What did DC said on her live video, or that video last night about Ray's whiteboard? It was like the Wish version of a. It was like a Wish version of a whiteboard. It was so funny. Whenever, oh God, if you haven't watched her video, it's definitely worth a watch. She does a really good job. Stevie says, oh, here we go. Is saying something in Spanish. Muy amable. Estoy feliz que usted está aquí. Su información es tan importante. I won't do it anymore. I'm sorry. Charlene says her coaching is Boss Lee Accelerator. Or she'll have a Facebook group, maybe. The Accelerators. It's when the potatoes they start off slow and then they go really fast. They're like starting at the bottom, and they just had to believe in themselves. They have to be coachable. You got to pay your $15,000. And if you're in Prove It and you've accidentally hit this button, well, fuck you. You should have learned your lesson. I have it in my terms and conditions. And then you accelerate. Janet's dropping the ducks. Karina's like my worst nightmare, a room full, or Jessie Lee Ward. You know, the funny thing is I'd never even heard of this person. I'd never even heard of her. I had no clue who she was. I said this before in another video, but I saw that one interview that I think it was Aaron Bees had reacted to, and Julie Joe maybe, with Ray and Jessie Lee. And it looked like they just fucking hated each other. And it looked like she was saying, oh, you were so good in real estate and all this. It was so gross. Like they're like both trying to like pump Sunshine up each other's asses. But it looked to me like Jesse Lee was pumping up Sunshine up Ray's ass. And it's like he wasn't even convinced. And I'm like, it's bad if he can't even look convinced. Like, this is a shit show. That was a funny interview. It was like both of them were like suppressing their rage so much. It'd be like, we have to pretend to be happy people and relatable and vulnerable and also leaders that are masters of our emotions. Charlene's like, damn, autocorrect. And Michelle says, path to profitable profit blueprint for performance-based profits. Only if you're performance-based. Everything is performance-based. Realty, profits, racehorses. Fuck. Karina's like, heck yeah, Julie, that was great. Stevie says, I said so nice, Karina. I am so happy you are here. Your information is important. And Michelle says, I hadn't heard of JLW before anti-MLM content either. Karina's like, her ego would die if she heard you say that. Like, how could you not know she's the #1 network marketer in the world? So that's because we were like enthralled with Ray, which was, I don't know what you want to take, you know. Jesus Christ. Charlene says, I've been following Scientology content for many years. I'm amazed how I keep finding behavior in Jesse Lee that mirrors behavior in Scientology. It's scary. And it's similar with Ray. And I think it's like, you find this stuff with these people. It's really weird. It's all connected. This was fucking weird. I think I could probably go back and watch it now. Pop some popcorn. I know people that are if they're watching this, because there are a few people that do, and they're probably like, what the fuck, Julie? But it was funny. And Michelle's like, it was awkward to watch that interview. You could see they fucking hated each other. It was so weird. But it's like they both had to. They had to for some reason, because they're both network marketing professionals. And it would be cool to see him, Jesse Lee, and Eric Warray, because everybody has to be the best, and all of them can't stand each other. Oh, God. You know what would be fucking awesome? It would be like if Ray and Jesse Lee were in the store, and there's the last jar of pickles, and their hands are going at the same time, and they fucking look at each other, and they have that look. They're like, fuck you, this is my pickles. And they're having that standoff. That's the intensity that was in that interview. Janet says, you know, I never saw the JL and Ray video. I feel like I should watch it, and now I'm talking about it. Okay, I've got this one more story that I kept saying I'd get to. How long can we do this to prove that short form video isn't always the necessary #1 way that you can't argue? They would be incandescent. That's a beautiful comment. Charlene says, oh, Janet, you're missing out. And Michelle says, for the love of the industry. Karina says, have you seen the interview with her and Dominic Izzo? Cringiest and most misogynistic shit I've ever seen. It was so bad I felt bad for her. No, I haven't. Oh my God. No, it sounds awful. I really feel for people that are still in this, man. I was in it. Charlene, thanks. I'm going to have to watch it right away. Karina's like, and I can't fucking stand her. Charlene says, I saw that, Karina. Blah. Ugh. Okay, this was something I'd made a video about, and I thought this was something like that showed that I was really impressed with Ray, that I thought was really powerful. And I thought, what a leader, what a coach. This was really amazing. And he would ask us, like, don't tell anybody that this goes on. Fuck, I can hear myself say this stuff. Like, that's not suspicious. Don't tell anybody what goes on during this live event. Fuck! And like all good little cult members, nobody did. And I don't know if he does this anymore. But I'm going to tell you about it right now. And I did make a piece of content on it. It was called The Money Game. And the first time I saw this, it was before they had Rank Makers Live. It was called Teal Top Earner Academy Live. And I was blown away by this. But then when I got to attend, like in person at Rank Makers Live, I was even more impressed. So you're at this like Rank Makers Live in this hotel room. It's not like a hotel room. It's like a bigger room. They have a stage. They have these little, like these conference rooms, I guess. And he says something like, how many people have made less than $40,000 a year in network marketing? How many people have made less than $20,000 a year in marketing? Of course, there's like fucking everybody. Nobody's made any money, right? And it gets down to how many people have never made like anything or has made like, you know, $0 to $30 or whatever. And so all these people are left standing or with their hands up in the air. And then he picks people from the crowd and they all go up on stage. And then he says to each, then he passes around like a hat or like a box or something. And it's like, okay, put money in this. And one of these people are going to win all this money to help you out, to help them out. So he passes this money. And there's like people that are being coached by Ray, like top of their pyramid schemes. They fucking love him. They've hired him to speak for their in their Facebook groups at their teams. They really fucking admire him, like we all did. And they're like putting in lots of money, like fucking, you know, $1,000 here, and everybody's putting in some money. So then that's done. And then he says to the people on the stage, tell us why. You have like 2 minutes or 1 minute each, whatever, to tell us why you deserve this money. And then it goes from person to person. And so then each person does say, I need this money because and some of these stories are just so sad. Like I sold, you know, my couch and cashed in my savings to get to this event because I'm going to take my business seriously. And I really believe, and it's horrible. And the fact that he fucking takes money from people and thinks that this is okay. People that are desperate, he's taking money from the fucking people that don't have it to give. And that's how he's making his millions, is off their fucking backs. It's a crime. And then treating them like shit, you know, the people that need the most. Anyway, each person says, I need this money because I can't feed my fucking kids. My mom is having health issues. Like everybody has a fucking story, right? And so then he says, okay, now we're going to do this again, but I'm going to like personally coach each of you. So you see him, he talks to each person and we're like waiting, right? And then they have another go. This is fucked up. And you're going to see what I mean. Because there's like the good with the manipulative and the bad and all this. So then like it starts with the first person. And now this time, instead of saying that they had to sell their couch and that they lost their job and they sold everything, they cashed in their savings to get here, they're like, if you send me this money, or if I get this money, what I'm going to do is that I have background in installing air conditioning. And what I'll do for you is I'll install your air conditioning, a new air conditioning unit for you. I can be able to work with you, give you a discount, and I can do it for free. And I'm going to give you some tips as to how you can reduce your electrical bill. And then the second person is like, if I get this money, I know how to speak French. And I know if you're trying to, you know, recruit more people into Quebec, I've got a list of these 5 common phrases that you can use, and I can even give you some lessons or whatever. And it's this course and it's for free. And that's what I'll do for you. And then the third person, it goes like that. And you can see everybody went from feeling defeated and bad about themselves to being confident and talking about their strengths. Because of Ray's personal coaching. And then by a round of applause, we all pick the winner, right? And then they get all this money. And that was called the money game. And so the point of this was to show that you don't talk about all the things that are limiting you and holding you back in your stories and all this shit, although you're also coached to do that. But the point was to be like, focus on what value you have and what you can do for others. The problem is manyfold because it's set up for people to behave this way. I see this now. He knows how people are going to react. He knows what people are going to see. It gives you the illusion now. I'm unlocking your self-sabotaging behavior by showing how just with a brief conversation with me, you've instantly transformed and now see your self-worth and value. It's dark shit. The fucking money game. This guy's a fucking red flag. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, no fucking way. The bullshit. I was actually surprised. I was surprised that too. I was like, he's really desperate when he's got to sink that low. Like, I thought he had some kind of fucking standards, but nope. Janet, he has a cow. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, okay, Michelle says, that's where Zach got to go up and participate. He totally won my heart. So glad he's out now too. I am too. I met him at that event, and he's a fucking cool guy. A lot of cool people. Yeah. Oh God, I agree. Yeah, that's something like, okay, Janet says, I didn't know Ray and Cigars Big Manly did a video. What is it where there's like, you have to swipe, you swipe right to accept or you swipe left to reject? You cannot swipe left fast enough. Michelle says, and how he says he donates so much to charity. He gets his followers to donate, then claims he has donated X numbers of dollars to charity when it wasn't even him. And that is, he would do that with March of Dimes charity. At Rank Makers, he would encourage us. He actually like had us trapped because you don't know what speaker is coming on next. So you have to stay there because you might miss a nugget of wisdom that will rocket you to success, that will unlock your potential. And then it's like a whole spiel about March of Dimes and this poor fucking March of Dimes that they're involved in this now, that we would donate to, and then you'd get something. He would like give you something. He's like bribing you to give it to the March of Dimes, but it was so fucking coercive. You just pay. You go to Rank Makers Live, you pay to fly, you pay for this hotel, you pay for all this. At one time they paid me $1,000 to go though. I won something in Rank Makers. Thank you for that. I actually got they gave me a fucking $1,000 if you could believe that to get there. I don't know what the fuck I did. I won something for doing something. I don't know. But then you get there and then you are purchasing all this other stuff. You're given, like, you buy merch. You have to buy merch because you're in a cult. You love it. You love everything. You buy the ring light. You buy the ring light case. You buy the fucking vegan leather backpack with a pop of color on the inside. You buy the freakishly effective fucking book of how to recruit people. You buy everything. And then you buy the 100K Inner Circle coaching. Because you have to do that if you're serious about the business, because you see all these people that you've seen in Rank Makers that you have these parasocial relationships with and that you respect and admired and have helped you. They've cheered you on in the 14-day challenge or given you some advice on how to do something. And you see them up on stage telling them that before Rank Makers, before they got into Inner Circle coaching, their business was struggling. And now they're a 6-figure income earner and they're a 100K Inner Circle coach. Oh my God. Janet says it's so he can claim it on his taxes, Michelle. There's some shit that I stir and there's some shit I give wide berth to. I don't have a good poker face. Michelle says I use it, but neither does Ray. Michelle says, I use that exact tactic to get into the finals of the Play to Win reality show. It was pretty cool to see Michelle participate in the Play to Win show, especially now, because you can see how she's playing everybody. And you can see how she even plays Ray. I didn't see it at the time, right? But you see it now, and it's like, she's really fucking smart. it's too bad that you won. But it was, that's what we were taught. Heather Praise says it would be great if someone messed up the game by offering their services confidently in their first round. Yes, it would. This is so weird because I didn't even know. I knew it was fucked up before I was telling the story. I wrote it down, but I didn't make the connection about why we were always told not to tell anybody. Like that's what because I had been learning about cults and I was like, that never happened. But as I was about to tell that story, I'm like, shit, that did happen, right? And I know there's other things that are going to come out as I heal and as we talk and share things that will come out as well. But it's like, that actually did happen. That was one of those things. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. You're going to ruin it for people. You're going to be ruining it for people if you tell what goes on during this LGAT. Karina says, I'm doing some stuff around the house, but I'll be listening, y'all. And Sam says, they all need to go poke a bear together. And Janet says, wow, you didn't get a runaround from Jared. You actually got the money. That time I got the money. It was only near the last two 14-day challenges I was a part of, which happened every quarter. So 3 months apart, I didn't get paid. I got the runaround from Jared. But I did get that $1,000. Fuck. Well, there you go. Commented. We made it through this. This is 4 hours and 15 minutes. Thank you for watching any part of this. I really appreciate each of you being on here. My name is Julie, also known as Deemer Hater Bully. Fuck. And thank you for being on here. If you have any other last questions or want to say goodbye to each other, feel free to just wrap this up. Happy New Year. Thank you so much for being on here. I like to talk a lot of shit. I use a lot of humor. I have to point out things. There's a lot of conflicting feelings. For me, it's not as easy as just being like, everything was horrible. It was awful, although it sounds like that. Because at the time, it felt really good. And I really fucking respected Ray. And I still look for ways to hope to find that, you know, it's weird. Like I was saying before, like I'm like, how can you do this to people? Like, but he's done it to people. I guess it's like when you're trying to like explain something away because you just can't believe it. It's like the flip side of the coin of having to believe that he really has found God. You want to believe the good. Maybe it's part of that too. You really want to see the good, you know. I know the experiences I had, the feelings I had, the community I felt with people, those were my feelings and those were real. And that can't be taken away. And I find by playing around, shit talking, pointing things out and talking with other people too, that it's helpful to me. And I hope it's helpful and entertaining for you too. And Janet says, hater here. Avery Joe says, hang all. Sam says, thank you, Julie. Fizzlesticks says, oh, I got here so late. I'll go back and start from the beginning. Thank you so much, Fizzlesticks. Thank you for leaving your comments. I really appreciate the support. The comments on YouTube are so incredible. They're healing on their own and they're helping me. They're healing for other people reading them. And they're really helping me think about things in ways that I haven't before. And even like explaining things. Like there was another comment had said pointing out that pyramid schemes can sell products is like a weaker argument. There is this form of an argument. And it's so refreshing to have conversations with people on the outside instead of it always being, you have to know everything. And if somebody has anything that can actually fucking help you because you don't know something, you have to like talk down to them or they're like a hater. Like I'm so grateful for the comments. And so thank you. And Heather says, thanks, Julie. I'll catch the replay. Fizzle6 says, thank you very much, Julie. Take care and be well, everyone. Janet says, bye, y'all. This was a blast. I love you all in a very, very culty way. And Jolene says, bye, Julie and everyone. Another wicked awesome hangout. Karina says, thanks for doing this. Your perspective is so unique and important. Charlene says, happy New Year, everyone. Thanks for the great conversation. Michelle says, amazing, Julie. Thank you. And thanks, everyone, for being here. Avery Joe. And Stevie says, thanks, Julie and everyone. And Sam, you have the last comment. Says, happy New Year, everyone. Well, we made it through. The first StreamYard on Facebook and YouTube. And we did it. 4 hours and 19 minutes. Any part of this that you watched, thank you so much. I'm going to attempt to end this broadcast, and we're going to do it again soon. Did you see the thumbnail I made? I made that fucker in Canva. I'm like, I made a thumbnail now. I was like purposely not making thumbnails, but I had to do something for StreamYard I felt like I needed to anyway. But thank you so much for being here, and Happy New Year's to you. I'll see you in the next video.